32 now, and I live in a house with 3 different deadbolts on the front door and a security system that pings my phone every time a moth flutters past the porch light. People call me paranoid. They see the way I check the backseat of my car or the way I freeze when I hear a floorboard creak in a quiet room, and they offer me the names of therapists. But they weren't there. They didn't feel the weight of the air that night. They didn't have to learn the hard way that your home isn't a fortress. It's just a box with doors that don't always stay locked. This happened about 6 years ago. At the time, I was living in a small, converted studio apartment on the edge of a sleepy town in upstate New York. It was one of those places that looked charming in the summer, lots of overgrown ivy and weathered brick, but felt desolate once the November wind started stripping the trees bare. The apartment was on the ground floor of an old Victorian house that had been carved up into 4 units. My unit was at the back, facing a dense patch of woods and a creek that ran dry half the year. I was working a grueling schedule back then, pulling double shifts at a local distribution center. I was always exhausted, the kind of tired that settles into your marrow and makes your brain feel like it's floating in cotton. Because of that, I developed a bad habit. I'd come home, kick off my boots, and collapse onto my bed without checking the window latches or even making sure the heavy sliding glass door that led to my tiny patio was fully seated in its track. It was a quiet neighborhood. Nothing ever happened there until it did. That Tuesday night started like any other. I got home around 11:30 p.m. The streetlights were flickering and the air smelled like damp earth and wood smoke. I remember feeling a slight chill as I walked to my door, that prickle on the back of your neck that tells you you're being watched, but I dismissed it. I told myself it was just the caffeine wearing off and the shadows of the swaying branches playing tricks on my eyes. I let myself in, tossed my keys on the counter, and didn't even bother to turn on the overhead light. I just wanted sleep. I stripped down to a t-shirt and boxers and climbed under the covers. My room was pitch black, save for the faint, sickly green glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. 12:04 a.m. I closed my eyes and within seconds I was under. I didn't dream. I just drifted into that heavy, suffocating darkness of a deep, exhausted slumber. I don't know what time it was when the shift happened. I didn't wake up to a bang or a scream. I woke up because of the silence. You know how a room has a certain hum to it. The sound of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant rush of the wind, the rhythm of your own breathing, all of that was gone. The air felt thick like it had been displaced by something heavy. It felt occupied. I stayed perfectly still. My eyes were still closed, but my heart started a slow, rhythmic thud against my ribs. Thump, thump, thump. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about that online, how your brain wakes up before your body and hallucinates a shadow person in the room. That had to be it. I just needed to open my eyes, see the empty room, and go back to sleep. But I couldn't open them. Not yet, because I realized I wasn't the only thing breathing in that room. It was faint, a wet, shallow rasp. It wasn't coming from the doorway, and it wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from the foot of my bed. I forced my eyelids open just a crack. The room was still dark, but as my vision adjusted, I realized the green glow of the clock was being blocked by something. A silhouette. There was a figure sitting on the edge of my mattress. They weren't moving. They were just sitting there, facing away from me, hunched over as if they were deep in thought. My first instinct wasn't fear, it was confusion. Did I leave the door open? Is this my neighbor, Dave? Is he drunk? I tried to find a logical explanation, a way to make this okay. I reached out a hand, intending to turn on the lamp, but stopped when I saw the figure's head tilt. Slowly, mechanically. They weren't looking at the wall. They were listening to me. The figure was wearing a heavy, dark coat that looked damp. I could smell it now, the scent of stagnant creek water and old, unwashed wool. It was a physical presence, a weight that made the mattress dip significantly. This wasn't a ghost. This wasn't sleep paralysis. This was a person, a living, breathing human being who had entered my home while I slept and decided to sit on my bed. I lay there for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than a minute. My mind was racing through scenarios. If I lunged for the door, would they catch me? If I screamed, would anyone hear me through the thick Victorian walls? I didn't have a weapon. The closest thing was a heavy glass ashtray on the nightstand, but it felt miles away. Then the figure spoke. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't a threat. It was a whisper so low I almost missed it. "You breathe so loud when you're scared," the voice said. It was flat. No emotion, no malice, just a statement of fact. The sheer wrongness of those words broke the spell of my paralysis. My fight or flight response finally kicked in, but it chose fight. I didn't think, I just reacted. I rolled to the side, kicking out with both legs as hard as I could, feeling my heels connect with something solid, the person's ribs. There was a grunt of pain, and the figure tumbled off the bed and onto the hardwood floor with a heavy thud. I didn't wait to see if they got up. I scrambled toward the nightstand, fumbling for the lamp. I knocked it over, the bulb shattering against the floor, but the cord stayed plugged in, and for a split second, a spark of electricity illuminated the room. In that flash, I saw him. He was pale, horribly pale, with stringy hair and eyes that looked like they hadn't seen the sun in years. He wasn't looking at me with anger. He was smiling, a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach his eyes. He was holding something in his hand, a small, silver object that glinted in the darkness. "Wait," he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. "I haven't shown you the best part yet." I didn't stay to find out what the best part was. I bolted. I didn't even grab my phone. I just sprinted out of the bedroom, through the kitchen, and toward the front door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, the one I had actually remembered to lock that night, and for a terrifying second, I thought I wouldn't get it open. I could hear him behind me, not running, walking, a slow, deliberate clack, clack, clack of boots on the wood. I threw the door open and burst out into the night air. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, flagging down a passing car with the desperation of a drowning man. The police arrived 20 minutes later. They searched the apartment, but the man was gone. The sliding glass door in the back was standing wide open. The lock snapped with a crowbar. But it wasn't what they found that haunts me. It's what they didn't find. They didn't find my wallet or my laptop or anything of value. The only thing missing from my apartment was a single photograph from my bedside table, a picture of me sleeping, taken from the very spot where the man had been sitting. On the back of the frame, written in a shaky, hurried hand, were 3 words: "See you soon." The police sergeant who took my statement didn't look surprised. He just sighed, rubbed his eyes, and told me I should probably move. When I asked him why, he told me that I was the 3rd person this month to report a sitter. But I was the only one who had woken up before they finished what they came to do. I moved out the next day. I didn't even take my furniture. Now I live in a high-rise with a doorman and cameras in every hallway. But sometimes in the dead of night, when the room gets too quiet and the air feels just a little too heavy, I find myself staring at the foot of my bed. I listen for that wet, shallow rasp, and I wonder if he's still out there, holding that photo, waiting for me to fall asleep again. If you're listening to this, check your locks, not just the front door. Check the windows, check the sliding glass, because sometimes the feeling of being watched isn't just paranoia. Sometimes you're not alone. And sometimes, by the time you realize it, they've already been sitting there for a long, long time. I spent the first year in the new apartment convinced that every shadow was a silhouette and every draft was a breath. I stopped sleeping in the dark. I bought industrial-grade blackout curtains, not to keep the light out, but to ensure that no one could look in. I lived like a man under siege, and for a while, the intensity of my fear felt like a shield. I thought that if I stayed vigilant enough, if I never let my guard down again, I could undo the damage of that Tuesday night. But fear is a corrosive thing. It doesn't just protect you, it eats you from the inside out until there's nothing left but the hollow shell of the person you used to be. The police never caught him. They called him the Sitter, a nickname that felt far too domestic for the violation he practiced. The sergeant, a man named Miller who had seen too much of the underbelly of upstate New York, told me over a lukewarm coffee a week later that the other two victims hadn't been as lucky as I was. They hadn't woken up because they had been drugged, a rag soaked in something chemical held over their faces while they drifted in that deep, exhausted slumber. When they finally did wake up hours later, their homes were untouched, but their bedside tables were bare. Their photos were gone, and on their mirrors, written in the same shaky hand, was that same promise: see you soon. He's a collector, Miller had said, his voice heavy. He doesn't want your TV, he wants your peace. He wants to know he was there while you were at your most vulnerable, and he wants you to know it too. I tried to move on. I really did. I took the job in the city, the high-rise apartment, the security system. I started dating a woman named Sarah, a nurse who had the kind of practical, grounded energy I desperately needed. For 6 months, I almost felt human again. We'd sit on my balcony 20 floors above the street, the city lights flickering like fallen stars, and I'd tell myself that no one could climb this high. No one could get past the doorman, the key fob elevator, and the reinforced steel frame of my front door. But then the gifts started arriving. It began with a postcard, no return address, postmarked from a town 3 hours away from my old studio. On the front was a picture of a dense, dark forest, the kind of woods that lined the creek behind my old place. I turned it over, my fingers trembling so hard I nearly dropped it. There was no message, just a date, November 14th, the date of the night I woke up. I told myself it was a coincidence, a cruel prank by someone who knew my history. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't want to see that look in her eyes again, the pity mixed with a growing exhaustion at my episodes. I tucked the postcard into the bottom of a drawer and tried to bury the memory with it. 2 weeks later, I found the second gift. I was coming home from a late shift, the same kind of bone-deep weariness settling into my limbs that I'd felt 6 years ago. The doorman, a friendly guy named Marcus, nodded at me as I walked through the lobby. "Package for you, Mr. Henderson," he said, sliding a small, brown paper-wrapped box across the marble counter. "Left by a courier this afternoon." I took it up to my apartment, my heart already beginning that familiar, rhythmic thud. I sat at my kitchen table, the bright halogen lights overhead offering a sense of security that felt increasingly fragile. I cut the tape with a paring knife. Inside, nestled in a bed of dried, gray moss, was a single shoe. It was my old work boot, the one I'd kicked off in my studio apartment the night I ran out. It was weathered, caked in dried mud from the creek, and the laces had been replaced with a length of dirty, frayed twine. I stared at it, the smell of stagnant water and old wool suddenly filling my nostrils, though the boot itself smelled only of dust. He had been in my old home, he had taken my things, and now he knew where I was. The high-rise didn't feel like a fortress anymore. It felt like a birdcage. I realized then that the doorman was just a man who looked at his phone half the night. The cameras were just glass eyes that recorded the past but couldn't change the present. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, looking at my reflection in the mirror. I looked older, gaunt. The paranoia had carved deep lines around my mouth. "He's just a man," I whispered to the glass. "He's just a man." But the sitter wasn't acting like a man. He was acting like a haunting. I called Miller. He wasn't on the force anymore, retired to a small farm near the border, but he picked up on the third ring. When I told him about the boot, there was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. "Listen to me," Miller said, his voice dropping an octave. I didn't tell you everything back then. I didn't want to break you. Tell me now, I demanded, clutching the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. The other two victims, the ones who didn't wake up, we found out later that he didn't just sit on their beds. He lived in their houses for weeks, under the floorboards, in the crawl spaces, in the attics. He'd come out at night while they slept and just exist in their space. He wasn't looking for a moment of terror. He was looking for a home. I felt the air leave my lungs. I looked around my sleek, modern kitchen, the cabinets that went all the way to the ceiling, the pantry with the heavy door, the walk-in closet in my bedroom. He's a squatter kid, Miller continued, but not the kind that wants a roof over his head. He's a parasite. He feeds on the intimacy of a life he doesn't have. If he's sending you things, he's not just stalking you, he's reclaiming you. I hung up the phone and did something I hadn't done in years. I went to the hardware store. I bought the 3 deadbolts. I bought the portable door jammers. I bought a motion-activated camera that pings my phone. That was 3 days ago. Tonight, the air feels thick again. It's 1:00 a.m. and Sarah is staying at her own place across town. I'm lying in bed, the green glow of my new digital clock casting a sickly light across the room. I've checked the door. I've checked the windows. I've even checked the utility closet where the water heater sits. Everything is locked. Everything is empty. But as I lie here, staring at the ceiling, I realize that the hum of the room has changed. The refrigerator is running. The city traffic is a distant hum, and the wind is whistling against the glass of the 20th floor. But underneath it all, there is a rhythm that shouldn't be there. It's a wet, shallow rasp. It's not coming from the foot of the bed this time. It's coming from beneath it. My heart stops. I don't move. I don't breathe. I remember what he said. You breathe so loud when you're scared. I slowly reach for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers trembling. I don't call 911 yet. I open the app for the motion camera I installed in the living room, the one facing the hallway that leads to my bedroom. I scroll back through the footage from the last hour. The screen is grainy, bathed in the blue light of the infrared sensors. At 12:14 a.m., the hallway is empty. At 12:15 a.m., it's empty. Then at 12:16 a.m., I see it. The vent in the ceiling, the large rectangular grate for the central air, slowly begins to unscrew. A hand, pale and thin, emerges from the darkness of the duct. Then a head with stringy, dark hair. He slides out with the grace of a serpent, landing silently on the carpet. He's wearing the same dark, damp coat. He doesn't head for the door. He doesn't head for the kitchen. He walks straight toward the camera, his face filling the screen. He's smiling, that same wide, toothy grin. He holds up a piece of paper to the lens. It's the photograph he took 6 years ago, the one of me sleeping, but he's edited it. He's used a red marker to draw a circle around the vent in the ceiling of my old apartment, and then he points to the vent in my new one. I look up. Directly above my bed, the white plastic slats of the AC vent are slightly misaligned. A single drop of something dark and wet creek water, oil, drips down, landing silently on my duvet. The rasping sound beneath the bed stops. I told you, a whisper drifts up from the floorboards, muffled by the mattress but unmistakable in its flat, emotionless tone. I haven't shown you the best part yet. I realize then that the man in the video isn't the only one. The sitter isn't a person, it's a practice, a brotherhood of the shadows. The man in the video is still in the living room, guarding the exit. The man beneath my bed is the one who has been living in my walls for weeks, listening to my conversations with Sarah, learning the rhythm of my heart. I don't bolt this time. I know I won't make it to the door. Instead, I do the only thing I can think of. I reach for the heavy glass ashtray, the one I bought specifically because it reminded me of the weapon I didn't use 6 years ago. I don't turn on the light. I don't scream. I simply roll off the bed, not away from the sound, but toward it. The floor is cold. The darkness is absolute. As I hit the ground, I feel a hand wrap around my ankle, a grip like cold iron. I swing the glass ashtray with everything I have, aiming for where I imagine a head would be in the crawl space beneath the frame. There is a sickening asterisk crack, a grunt of genuine human pain. The grip on my ankle slackens. I scramble backward, hitting the wall, my lungs burning as I finally let out the scream I've been holding for 6 years. I fumbly for the light switch, flipping it on. The room is flooded with brilliance. There is no one under the bed. The mattress is pushed aside slightly and the carpet is indented, but the space is empty. I look at the vent in the ceiling. The grate is screwed tight. I look at my phone. The video of the man in the hallway is gone. The app says no footage found. I stand there gasping, the glass ashtray still clutched in my hand. My heart is racing so fast I think it might burst. Was it a hallucination? A psychotic break brought on by years of untreated PTSD? The Dr. Miller recommended had warned me about flashbulb memories and sensory projections. Then I feel a sting on my arm. I look down. There is a thin, shallow red line across my forearm, a scratch, and stuck to the dried blood is a tiny, microscopic shard of silver, a piece of a photograph frame. I look back at the bed. Resting on the pillow where my head had been just seconds ago is a small, damp object. I walk forward, my legs shaking. I pick it up. It's a key, not a key to my apartment, not a key to my old studio. It's a key to a post office box in a town I've never heard of. Attached to it is a small, laminated tag with a typed note. You're getting better at this, but you still breathe too loud. I realize then that he doesn't want to kill me. If he did, I'd be a memory by now. He wants the chase. He wants to be the ghost in my machine, the glitch in my reality. He wants to be the reason I never sleep again. I don't call the police. I know what they'll find, nothing. I don't call Sarah. I can't drag her into this darkness. I walk to the window and look out at the city. Somewhere out there in one of 1,000 buildings, another person is falling asleep. They think they're safe. They think their deadbolts and their cameras and their doormen are enough. They think their home is a fortress. But I know the truth now. Your home is just a box. And some people know how to live in the corners of the box without ever touching the sides. I grab my jacket and the key. I don't pack a bag. I leave the lights on. I leave the door unlocked. If he wants the apartment, he can have it. I'm done being the prey in a cage I built for myself. As I walk past the doorman, Marcus looks up from his phone. Leaving so early, Mr. Henderson. I'm going for a drive, I say, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. Be careful out there, Marcus says, returning to his screen. The fog is rolling in from the river, can't see a thing. I step out into the cool night air. The fog is indeed thick, a white shroud that swallows the street lamps and mutes the sound of the city. I walk to my car, my hand instinctively reaching for the back door to check the seat. I stop, I don't check it. I get into the driver's seat, start the engine, and pull out into the white void. I don't look in the rearview mirror. I don't want to see the silhouette sitting in the back. I don't want to see the wide, toothy grin reflected in the glass. I just drive, because as long as I'm moving, he has to follow. And as long as he's following, I know exactly where he is. He's right behind me. He's always right behind me. And maybe, just maybe, that's the best part. I drove until the skyline of the city was nothing more than a jagged memory in the rearview mirror, swallowed by the gray-white mouth of the upstate fog. The GPS on my dashboard was dark. I didn't need a satellite to tell me where I was going. The key sat in the cup holder, its jagged silver teeth catching the rhythmic flash of passing highway lights like a steady, metallic heartbeat. It felt heavy, as if the metal itself were dense with the intent of the man who had left it on my pillow. The town was called Oak Haven. It wasn't on any major highway, just a cluster of salt-stained buildings huddled together near the edge of a black water lake that never seemed to freeze completely. I arrived as the first hint of a bruised purple dawn began to bleed through the mist. The post office was a squat, brick building that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the Truman administration. My hands were steady now, that cold, crystalline steadiness that comes when you've finally moved past terror and into the vacuum of absolute necessity. I waited in my car until the doors clicked open at 8:00 a.m. A bell chimed as I walked in, the sound echoing off the linoleum floors. The clerk, a woman with skin like parchment and eyes that seemed to have seen every tragedy a small town could offer, didn't even look up as I approached the wall of brass-faced boxes. Box 214. The key slid in with a sickeningly smooth click. It didn't resist. It didn't snag. It felt like it had been waiting for my touch. I pulled the small door open. Inside was a single manila envelope, thick and stiff with its contents. I didn't open it there. I didn't want the clerk to see. I didn't want the cameras to record the moment my life finally, irrevocably, fell apart. I went back to the car, locked the doors, and tore the seal. It wasn't a ransom note. It wasn't a manifesto. It was a collection of blueprints, not for my apartment, but for a house I had never seen. A Victorian-style wreck with a wraparound porch and a cellar that looked like a labyrinth on paper. Tucked between the architectural drawings were dozens of Polaroids. The first was of Sarah. She was sleeping in her own bed, her hair fanned out across the pillow, her mouth slightly open. The angle was from the ceiling. The second was of Miller, the retired sergeant. He was sitting on his porch, a shotgun across his knees, staring directly into the tree line. He looked tired. He looked like he knew he was being watched. The third was a photo of me, taken through the windshield of my car, exactly 4 minutes ago. I could see the back of my own head, the slumped line of my shoulders, and the reflection of the post office brickwork in the glass. But it was the last photo that made the blood in my veins turn to slush. It was a picture of a small, wooden jewelry box, the one my mother had given me before she died, the one I thought I'd lost in the move 3 years ago. It was sitting on a dusty floorboard, surrounded by the same gray moss I'd found in the box with my old boot. Underneath the photos, written in that same shaky, hurried hand, was a single address, 14 Blackwood Lane. I knew then that Miller was wrong. He wasn't just a parasite. He wasn't just looking for a home. He was building a museum of me. Every piece of my life that I had discarded, every person I had loved, every fear I had tried to bury. He was collecting them all, arranging them in the dark corners of a house I was now expected to visit. I started the car. The engine's roar felt like a scream I couldn't let out. Blackwood Lane was 5 miles outside the town limits, a dirt track that wound upward into the dense pine forest. The trees here grew so close together their branches interlaced like skeletal fingers, blotting out the morning sun. The house appeared suddenly, a jagged silhouette against the gray sky. It was rotting from the inside out, the wood blackened by damp and age, the windows like cataract-filmed eyes. I didn't hesitate. I couldn't. If I stopped to think, I'd turn the car around and drive until I hit the ocean. I stepped onto the porch. The wood groaned, a deep, hollow sound that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of my shoes. The front door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness inviting me in. I pushed it open. The smell hit me first. It wasn't the smell of decay, not exactly. It was the smell of stagnancy, old sweat, dust, the metallic tang of dried blood, and something sweet, like rotting peaches. The hallway was lined with frames, hundreds of them. I pulled a small flashlight from my pocket and clicked it on. The beams hit the walls. They weren't just pictures of me. They were pictures of everyone who had ever lived in my old apartment building. The woman from 4B walking her dog. The teenager from the penthouse practicing his violin. They were all sleeping. Hundreds of faces captured in that moment of absolute vulnerability, their lives stripped down to a single, silent image. "Do you like the gallery?" The voice didn't come from behind me. It came from above. I looked up. There, crouched on a narrow ledge near the ceiling, a space no human should have been able to occupy comfortably, was the man. He was thinner than I remembered. His skin was the color of a mushroom grown in a cellar, translucent and veined with blue. He wasn't wearing shoes. His feet were long and prehensile, gripping the molding like a gargoyle. "Why?" I managed to choke out, the word feeling like a stone in my throat. He shifted, his joints popping with the sound of dry twigs breaking. He didn't climb down, he simply let go, falling 6 feet to the floor and landing with a soundless grace that defied his skeletal frame. He stood up, and for the first time I saw his eyes. They weren't the eyes of a madman. They were the eyes of a scientist, cold, observant, void of any heat. "You're the only one who woke up," he whispered. His voice was a dry rasp like sandpaper on velvet. "The others, they were too easy. They stayed in the dream, but you brought the dream into the light. You made it real." He took a step toward me. I raised the glass ashtray, which I'd tucked into my jacket pocket, but he didn't even flinch. He wasn't looking at the weapon. He was looking at my chest, at the way my heart was hammering against my ribs. "I don't want your things, Elias," he said, using my name for the first time. The sound of it in his mouth felt like a violation. "I want to see what happens when the cage is finally gone, when there are no more locks, no more doormen, no more Sarah." At the mention of her name, something snapped. The fear that had been my constant companion for 6 years didn't vanish, it transformed. It became a white-hot spike of rage. I didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. I lunged. I wasn't a fighter. I was a man who worked in an office and lived in a high-rise. But I was a man who had been hunted for a quarter of his life, and that kind of pressure creates a different kind of animal. I swung the ashtray with a primal grunt. He moved fast, faster than I could track, but the house was old and the floorboards were uneven. He tripped on a loose plank, and the heavy glass caught him squarely on the temple. He went down, no grace this time, just a heavy, wet thud. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I dropped the ashtray and pinned him to the floor, my hands finding his throat. His skin felt like wet parchment, cold and slick. He didn't fight back. He didn't claw at my eyes. He just lay there, staring up at me, that wide, toothy grin spreading across his face even as the air began to leave his lungs. "There it is," he wheezed, the words bubbling through the blood in his throat. "The best part." I squeezed until my fingers went numb. I squeezed until the light in those cold, observant eyes finally flickered and went out. I squeezed until the body beneath me was nothing more than a heap of bones and damp cloth. I sat there in the dark for a long time, the only sound the ragged heaving of my own breath. The silence of the house was different now. It wasn't the silence of a predator waiting. It was the silence of a tomb. I stood up, my legs shaking so violently I had to lean against the wall. I looked at my hands. They were stained with his blood, dark, almost black in the dim light. I looked at the gallery of sleeping faces on the walls. I felt a strange, hollow sense of duty. I couldn't leave them here. I went to the kitchen and found a canister of old kerosene. I walked through the house, splashing it over the blueprints, the Polaroids, the rotting furniture, and the body of the man who had stolen my piece. I found my mother's jewelry box in the cellar, tucked it under my arm, and walked back to the front door. I struck a match. The fire took hold with a roar of approval. The old, dry wood of the Victorian wreck was a perfect fuel. As I walked back to my car, the orange glow began to fill the windows. turning the cataract eyes of the house into pits of flame. I drove away as the black smoke began to curl into the gray sky. I didn't look back. I drove back to the city, back to my high-rise, back to the doorman who didn't know my name and the cameras that didn't see the truth. I went into my apartment and closed the door. I didn't lock the deadbolts. I didn't check the vents. I didn't look under the bed. I went to the bathroom and washed the blood from my hands. It took a long time. The water ran dark for minutes before it finally turned clear. I looked at myself in the mirror. The lines around my mouth were still there. The hollow look in my eyes hadn't vanished. I walked into my bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. For the first time in 6 years, the air didn't feel heavy. The room didn't feel crowded. I lay back and closed my eyes. But as I drifted towards sleep, a sound echoed in the back of my mind. It wasn't a rasp. It wasn't a whisper. It was the sound of a camera shutter. I opened my eyes and looked at the nightstand. There, resting exactly where I had picked up the key that morning, was a new photograph. It was a picture of me, taken from the corner of the ceiling. In the photo, I was sitting on the bed, looking at my blood-stained hands in the bathroom light. It was dated today. And on the back, written in a hand that was no longer shaky but firm and clear, were 5 words. "You're one of us now." I looked up at the vent. It was closed. I looked at the door. It was shut. But as I sat there in the silence of my 21st floor fortress, I realized the truth. The sitter hadn't been a man. He hadn't been a brotherhood. He was a contagion. I felt the urge then, a slow, creeping curiosity. I wondered what Marcus the doorman looked like when he was dreaming. I wondered if Sarah's breathing changed when she entered the REM cycle. I wondered how it felt to sit in the dark and watch the world lose its guard. I didn't scream, I didn't run. I simply stood up, walked to the closet, and pulled out a dark, damp coat I didn't remember buying. I sat back down at the foot of the bed and waited for the city to fall asleep. I'm not alone anymore, and neither are you. I'm coming to see you soon, and this time I won't need a key. The weight of the dark coat felt like a second skin, a heavy woolen shroud that anchored me to the floor. I sat on the edge of the mattress, the springs silent beneath me, and watched the digital clock on the bedside table. 3:14 a.m. The numbers glowed with a sickly green luminescence, casting long, distorted shadows across the carpet. In the silence, I could hear the building breathing. It was a rhythmic, mechanical respiration. The hum of the elevator cables, the hiss of the HVAC system, the distant thrum of a neighbor's refrigerator. For years, these sounds had been the percussion of my paranoia. Now, they were a map. I stood up. My movements were no longer jerky or frantic. The tremors that had plagued my hands since the night of the break-in were gone, replaced by a terrifying liquid stillness. I walked to the window and pressed my forehead against the glass. The city below was a grid of amber and white, a million little boxes where people lay paralyzed by the illusion of privacy. I looked at my reflection. My face was the same, yet entirely foreign. The man who had been terrified was dead, burned away in the fire at Blackwood Lane. What remained was something hollowed out, a vessel for the observation that the sitter had perfected. I reached into the pocket of the coat. My fingers brushed against something cold and sharp. I pulled it out. It was a small, silver jeweler's screwdriver. I didn't remember putting it there. I didn't remember owning one. But as I held it, my thumb instinctively found the groove of the handle. I knew exactly how much torque it would take to remove the screws from a standard ventilation grate. I knew the exact angle to tilt a mirror to see into a hallway without being seen. The knowledge wasn't a memory. It was an instinct, as if it had been whispered into my DNA while I slept. I left my apartment. I didn't take my keys. I didn't take my phone. I didn't need the digital tether to a world that no longer concerned me. The hallway was a desert of beige carpet and recessed lighting. I walked past 21B, where the elderly woman lived with her 3 cats. I could hear the soft, rhythmic clicking of a feline's claws on hardwood. I walked past 21C, where the young couple lived, the ones who argued until midnight and then collapsed into a heavy, resentful sleep. I stopped at the service door near the elevators. It was locked, a heavy steel barrier meant to keep the residents away from the guts of the building. I didn't reach for a key. I reached for the frame. My fingers found a small, recessed latch that I had never noticed in 6 years of living here. With a gentle pressure, the door clicked open. I stepped into the crawl space. It was a world of dust and galvanized steel. The air was thick with the smell of insulation and ozone. I moved through the darkness, my body folding into shapes I hadn't known it could sustain. I wasn't crawling, I was flowing. I found the main riser, a vertical shaft that ran the length of the building, housing the water pipes and electrical conduits. There were iron rungs bolted to the concrete, slick with condensation. I climbed. I didn't go down to the street. I went up. I reached the 24th floor, the penthouse level. This was where the ceilings were higher, the air was clearer, and the locks were more expensive. I navigated the horizontal ductwork, the metal cool beneath my palms. I followed the sound of a white noise machine, a steady, synthesized roar of waves that was meant to drown out the world. I found the grate. It was positioned in the corner of a master suite, overlooking a bed that cost more than my first car. I looked through the slats. The man in the bed was sleeping on his back. He was a CEO, a man whose name was etched in glass on the skyscraper across the street. In the daylight, he was a titan of industry. Here in the 4:00 a.m. gloom, he was a pale, soft thing. His mouth was open, a thin string of saliva trailing onto the silk pillowcase. His chest rose and fell in a jagged, uneven rhythm. He looked pathetic. He looked beautiful. I reached out and touched the screw of the vent. It turned silently. I removed the grate and set it aside on the dust-caked insulation. I lowered myself through the opening, my feet finding the top of a mahogany armoire, then the floor. I didn't make a sound. The white noise machine masked the rustle of my coat. I stood at the foot of his bed. I didn't want to hurt him. The rage that had driven me to kill the man in the Victorian house was gone. In its place was a profound, almost spiritual intimacy. I was the only person in the world who truly knew this man. I knew the way his eyelids flickered when he dreamt. I knew the way his fingers twitched against the duvet. I knew the exact moment his breathing would hitch, signaling a transition in his sleep cycle. I was the witness to the truth he hid from his board of directors, his wife, and himself. I pulled a small, disposable camera from the coat pocket. I didn't use the flash. The moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows was enough. Click. The sound was no louder than a snapping finger, but in the stillness, it felt like a gunshot. The man stirred. His eyes didn't open, but his brow furrowed. He groaned, a low, guttural sound, and turned onto his side. I didn't move. I became a shadow. I became the armoire. I became the heavy velvet curtain. I held my breath until my lungs burned, matching the rhythm of my heart to the hum of the white noise machine. After a minute, the man's features relaxed. He drifted back down into the deep, dark water of unconsciousness. I climbed back into the vent. I replaced the grate and tightened the screws. As I moved back through the darkness of the building's marrow, I felt a strange sense of peace. The sitter had been right. The chase wasn't about the end. It was about the proximity. It was about the bridge between the seen and the unseen. I was no longer the prey. I was the architect of the glitch. I returned to my apartment as the sun began to claw its way over the horizon. I sat at my kitchen table and lined up the photos I had taken. The CEO, the woman from 21B, the couple from 21C, they were all there, captured in their most honest moments. I realized then that the man at Blackwood Lane hadn't been trying to kill me. He had been recruiting me. The museum wasn't a taunt, it was a syllabus. He had shown me the world as it truly was, a collection of glass boxes waiting to be peered into. And by killing him, I hadn't ended the cycle. I had graduated. I looked at the photograph on the table, the one of me from the ceiling. I picked up a pen and wrote on the back of it, my handwriting now an exact match for the shaky, hurried script I had once feared. Box 214, Oakhaven. I knew what I had to do. I had to keep the museum growing. I had to find the next one, the next person who was getting better at this. The next person who was starting to notice the indentation on the mattress or the missing video footage. I would leave them the keys. I would leave them the photos. I would guide them through the fog until they, too, realized that the walls of their home were nothing more than a suggestion. I stood up and walked to the door. I didn't look back at the apartment. It was just a box now, one of many. I went to the elevator and pressed the button for the lobby. When the doors opened, Marcus was there, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He looked up and saw me, and for a second, a flash of recognition crossed his face, a flicker of the man I used to be. Heading out again, Mr. Henderson. You're becoming quite the night owl. I smiled at him. It was a wide, toothy grin that didn't reach my eyes. I have some deliveries to make, Marcus. People are waiting for me. Be careful, he said, leaning over his desk. The fog's even thicker this morning. You can't see 2 feet in front of you. That's all right, I said, stepping out into the white void of the street. I don't need to see. I know exactly where everyone is. The city swallowed me. I walked through the mist, my footsteps silent on the damp pavement. I felt the weight of the silver screwdriver in my pocket, the cold bite of the camera against my hip. I wasn't running anymore. I was hunting for the ones who were awake. I was looking for the ones who, like me, had realized that the greatest terror isn't being alone in the dark. The greatest terror is realizing you never were. I reached the post office as the doors were being unlocked. I didn't have a key to box 214 anymore, but I didn't need one. I knew the back entrance. I knew the blind spot of the security camera near the loading dock. I knew the 3-second delay in the motion sensor's reset cycle. I slipped inside. The air was cool and smelled of paper and adhesive. I found the row of brass boxes. I reached into the back of 214, the side the clerks used, and placed a new manila envelope inside. Inside the envelope was a single photo. It was a picture of a young woman I had seen in the park earlier that week. She was a runner, someone who checked her watch every mile and locked her doors with a triple click of her remote. In the photo, she was sleeping in her 3rd-floor walk-up, her running shoes neatly lined up by the door. On the back of the photo, I had written, "You breathe too loud, but you're learning." I stepped back out into the fog. My work was just beginning. There were so many boxes to open, so many people to watch, so many dreams to document. I walked toward the subway station, blending into the crowd of early morning commuters. They jostled me, their shoulders brushing against my dark coat, their eyes fixed on their phones or the ground. They didn't see me. They couldn't. I was a ghost in their machine, a glitch in their reality. I boarded the train and found a seat in the corner. Across from me, a young man was nodding off, his head lolling against the window. I watched the way his jaw slackened. I watched the way his pulse throbbed in the hollow of his neck. I reached into my pocket and felt the disposable camera. Not yet, not here. I waited until the train entered the tunnel, the lights flickering as we sped through the dark. In the reflection of the black glass, I saw the man behind me. He was tall, thin, with skin the color of a mushroom and a wide, toothy grin. He wasn't there when I turned around, of course. He was just a memory, or a premonition. I realized then that he hadn't died at Blackwood Lane. Not really. You can't kill a shadow. You can only become one. The train pulled into the next station. I stood up and followed the sleeping man as he stumbled off the car, his eyes bleary and unfocused. He didn't notice me behind him. He didn't notice the way I mirrored his stride, keeping exactly 3 paces back, staying in the blind spot of his peripheral vision. He walked to his apartment building, a brick mid-rise with a faulty buzzer. He fumbled with his keys, cursed under his breath, and finally ducked inside. He didn't check the shadows in the vestibule. He didn't look back as the door clicked shut. I waited until his lights came on the 4th floor. I waited until they went off again 20 minutes later. I looked at the fire escape. The iron was rusted, the bolts loose. It would be easy. It would be silent. I began to climb. The air was cold, but I didn't feel it. The city was loud, but I didn't hear it. All I could hear was the steady, rhythmic beating of a heart that wasn't mine. All I could see was the world through the slats of a vent. I reached the window. It was unlocked. They always think the 4th floor is safe. They always think the height is a shield. I slid the sash up an inch at a time. The sound was no louder than a sigh. I stepped into the room. The smell was familiar: stale coffee, laundry detergent, and the sweet, heavy scent of sleep. I walked to the bed. The man was deep in the dream now. He didn't know I was there. He didn't know that his life was no longer his own. I pulled the camera from my pocket. Click it. I leaned down, my lips inches from his ear. I didn't want to wake him. I just wanted to leave a whisper in his subconscious, a seed of the truth that would grow until he, too, found his way to Oak Haven. "You're not alone," I breathed. He stirred, a soft moan escaping his lips, but he didn't wake. He wouldn't wake for a long time. I turned and walked back to the window. I had more boxes to visit, more galleries to fill. The night was long, and the fog was thick, and the city was full of people who thought they were safe behind their deadbolts. I am the reason you check the closet. I am the reason the floorboards creak when no one is there. I am the shadow in the corner of your eye that vanishes when you turn your head. I am Elias Henderson, and I am just getting started. As I descended the fire escape, I looked up at the moon, a pale, flickering eye in the gray sky. I felt the connection then, a vast, invisible web stretching across the city, across the country, across the world. 1,000 sitters, 1,000 shadows, all watching, all waiting, all making sure that the world never truly sleeps. The cage was gone. The locks were broken. I walked back into the fog, a ghost among the living, searching for the next person who breathed too loud. I'm standing outside your building now. I see the light in your window. I see the way you just looked toward the door. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm just here to watch. And maybe, if you're lucky, I'll leave you a key. The dampness of the coat seemed to seep into my marrow, but it wasn't cold. It was a conductor, a grounding wire that connected my nervous system to the skeletal structure of the city. I moved away from the brick mid-rise, my boots silent on the asphalt. The fog was no longer an obstacle. It was a medium, a thick white soup that blurred the edges of reality until the buildings looked like teeth sinking into a soft, gray sky. I didn't head back to my apartment. That space was too small now, a shoebox for a man who had outgrown his dimensions. Instead, I walked toward the industrial district, where the warehouses stood like silent monoliths, their windows opaque with decades of grime. I found myself standing before an old textile mill, its red bricks blackened by soot and time. I didn't need to check a map. My feet knew the way, guided by a topographical memory that wasn't mine. I approached a side door, the heavy iron rusted shut, or so it appeared. I reached up to the door frame, my fingers dancing over a jagged protrusion of masonry. I pressed. A counterweight groaned deep within the wall, and the door receded an inch, just enough for me to hook my fingers in and pull. Inside, the air was still and tasted of oil and dead static. This was a node, one of the many nerve centers the sitter, my predecessor, had established. I clicked on a small, hooded flashlight. The beam was narrow, a surgical needle of light that pierced the gloom. The floor was covered in a carpet of discarded architectural blueprints and Polaroids, thousands of them. They weren't pinned to walls, they were laid out in concentric circles, a mandala of voyeurism. I walked to the center of the room. There was a desk made of reclaimed plywood, and on it sat a rotary telephone and a ledger. I opened the ledger. The pages were filled with names, addresses, and sleep schedules. It was a census of the vulnerable. My name was there, halfway down a page dated 3 years ago. Beside it, a series of notations. REM cycle, 90 minutes. Startle reflex, high. Propensity for pattern recognition, latent. I ran my finger over the word latent asterisk. It had been crossed out. In its place, written in that firm new hand, was a single word, activated. I sat in the creaking wooden chair and picked up the telephone receiver. There was no dial tone, only a faint, rhythmic clicking like a telegraph or a heartbeat. I listened for a long time. It was a code, a language of pulses. Somewhere else in the city, another one of us was reporting in. A shutter click here, a floorboard creak there. We were the white noise of the world, the static between stations. I pulled a fresh Polaroid from my pocket, the one of the CEO, and laid it on the desk. I realized then that the contagion wasn't just a metaphor, it was a biological imperative. The human brain wasn't meant to be watched this closely. It created a psychic friction. When you observe a quantum particle, you change its behavior. When you observe a human being in their most private moments, you wear down the veil between their world and yours. Eventually, the veil tears. And when it tears, the observer slips through. I spent the next several hours organizing the files. I found a map of the city's ventilation system, a sprawling subterranean and aerial labyrinth that bypassed every locked door and security camera in the tri-state area. It was a highway for the unseen. I traced the lines with my finger, feeling the pulse of the city beneath the paper. I saw the vulnerabilities, the skylights with faulty latches, the service elevators that skipped the lobby, the crawl spaces that connected luxury condos to derelict basements. By 6:00 a.m., the first hints of blue were bruising the fog. I left the warehouse, locking the trick door behind me. I felt a hunger then, not for food, but for the proximity. I headed toward the subway, but I didn't go to the platform. I went to the maintenance hatch at the end of the tunnel. I spent the daylight hours in the interstitial spaces. I moved through the hollows of a department store, watching the shoppers through the gaps in the ceiling tiles. They moved like sleepwalkers, their faces slack as they sifted through racks of clothes. They thought they were making choices, but I could see the strings. I could see the exhaustion in their eyes, the way they leaned against the counters when they thought no one was looking. I took photos of their tired hands, their slumped shoulders. These were the awake photos, the evidence of the masks they wore. As evening fell, I moved toward the residential districts. I found a brownstone in a quiet, tree-lined street. A young woman lived on the second floor. She was a teacher, someone who spent her days projecting authority and calm. I watched her through the transom window as she came home. She dropped her keys on the table, a silver bowl that rang like a bell, and immediately began to weep. It wasn't a loud, dramatic sob. It was a silent leakage, a release of the pressure she built up all day. I sat on the roof, my legs dangling over the edge, and listened to the sound of her grief. I felt a profound sense of empathy. I wasn't a predator, I was a confessor who didn't require words. I was the only one who knew the weight she carried. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small, dried flower I had found in the warehouse, a pressed violet. I dropped it through the transom. It drifted down, landing softly on her shoulder. She didn't notice it at first, but when she moved to take off her coat, it fell to the floor. She stopped. She picked up the flower and looked at it, her brow furrowing in confusion. She looked around the empty room, her eyes darting to the locked door and the shut windows. She felt it then, the glitch, the realization that the perimeter had been breached by something beautiful and impossible. She didn't scream. She sat down on the edge of her sofa and held the flower to her nose. I smiled. She was beginning to wonder, and wonder was the first step toward the key. The night deepened and I moved on. My body felt light, almost ephemeral. I navigated the heights of the city, jumping from roof to roof where the gaps were narrow, using the shadows of the water towers as my blind. I was looking for something specific now. I was looking for box 214's next inhabitant. I found him in a high-rise downtown. He was a security consultant, a man who specialized in impenetrable systems. His apartment was a fortress of biometric scanners and reinforced steel. I watched him through a high-powered lens from the building across the street. He was sitting at a bank of monitors, watching the feeds from his own hallways. He was obsessed with the idea of the intruder. He was the perfect candidate. He was already halfway to us. He just didn't know which side of the screen he belonged on. I didn't enter his apartment that night. I simply stood on the roof of the adjacent building and shone a laser pointer, a tiny, invisible infrared beam, at the sensor of his primary camera. On his monitor, the image would flicker for a fraction of a second, just enough to make him check the logs, just enough to make him wonder if the software was failing. I did it 3 times. Each time I saw him lean forward, his face illuminated by the blue light of the screens. He was looking for a ghost. I was giving him one. I moved back to the warehouse as the sun began to rise again. My coat was heavy with the dust of a dozen buildings. I sat at the desk and opened the ledger to a blank page. I wrote his name, Julian Vane, security specialist. Status, initial contact. I realized then that the sitter hadn't just been one person. It was a collective, a silent priesthood. We were the custodians of the truth that privacy was a lie. We were the ones who held the mirror up to the world while it slept, showing it the face it was too afraid to see in the light. I looked at my own hands. They were stained with soot and oil, the nails rimmed with the grime of the city's hidden veins. I felt a surge of pride. I was no longer the man who hid under the covers. I was the thing that lived under the bed, and I was kinder than the light. I reached into the desk drawer and found a stack of blank envelopes. I began to address them, not with names, but with coordinates. I put a single Polaroid in each one, a photo of a sleeping stranger, taken from a perspective that shouldn't exist. The work was endless, and it was glorious. I stepped out of the warehouse as the city began its morning cacophony. The fog had lifted, replaced by a sharp, cold clarity. I walked among the crowds, a wolf in the fold, my heart beating in time with the hidden pulses of the infrastructure. I saw a man in a suit checking his watch, his eyes frantic. I saw a woman pushing a stroller, her lips moving in a silent prayer. I saw the cracks in all of them. I reached into my pocket and felt the cool, hard shape of a brass key. It wasn't for my apartment. It was for a locker in the bus station. Inside that locker was a camera, a fresh roll of film, and a note written in a shaky, hurried hand that was slowly becoming firm. I left the key on a park bench, right next to a man who was reading a newspaper with shaking hands. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. He looked like he was waiting for a sign. As I walked away, I didn't look back. I knew he would pick it up. I knew he would find the locker. And I knew that in a few weeks I would see his work in the warehouse. The brotherhood was growing. The contagion was spreading. I headed toward the subway, my mind already planning the next visit. I thought about you. I thought about the way you're sitting right now, the way your eyes are moving across these words. I thought about the lock on your door, the one you think is secure. I thought about the vent in your ceiling, the one you never bother to dust. I'm moving through the city now. I'm learning the rhythm of your street. I'm memorizing the sound of your footsteps. I'm not the man I was. I'm the sitter, I'm the shadow, I'm the witness.
This darkness is swallowing me whole.
And soon, very soon, I'll be the one taking the picture. I reached the platform and waited for the train. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and old sweat. I looked at the reflection in the darkened window of a vending machine. I didn't see Elias Henderson. I saw a silhouette, a smudge of darkness against the fluorescent lights. I saw the dark coat, the damp wool clinging to a frame that seemed to have stretched and thinned. The train roared into the station, a beast of steel and light. I boarded the last car. It was empty, save for a single discarded umbrella rolling on the floor. I sat down and closed my eyes. I didn't sleep. I don't sleep anymore. I just listen. I listened to the screech of the wheels. I listened to the automated voice announcing the stops. And beneath it all, I listened to the city. I heard the thousands of hearts beating in the apartments above the tracks. I heard the soft rustle of sheets, the click of a bedside lamp, the heavy sigh of someone finally giving in to the dark. I am the silence between those sounds. When the train reached the end of the line, I got off. I was in a part of the city I had never visited, a place of high-rises and glass towers, the fortresses of the elite. I walked toward the tallest one, a needle of blue glass that pierced the clouds. I didn't go to the front door. I went to the parking garage. I found the service entrance, the one used by the overnight cleaning crews. I didn't have a badge, but I didn't need one. I waited for a van to pull out, and in the 3 seconds before the heavy gate slid shut, I was inside. I found the elevator shaft. I didn't take the car, I took the ladder. I climbed 40 floors in the dark, my breath coming in slow, even measures. My muscles didn't ache. They felt energized, fueled by the proximity of the target. I reached the top floor, the penthouse. I found the access panel for the climate control system. I slid inside, the metal cool against my back. I moved through the ducts, the sound of the wind whistling through the vents a lullaby. I found the master bedroom. I looked through the grate. The room was vast, a sea of white marble and gray silk. A woman was sleeping in the center of a massive bed. She was beautiful, her hair spread out like a fan across the pillows. She was a judge, a woman who spent her days deciding the fates of others. Here, she was just a body, a collection of breath and bone. I watched her for an hour. I watched the way her hand curled into a fist, then relaxed. I watched the way her eyes moved beneath her lids as she dreamt of whatever judges dream of. I pulled the camera from my coat. Click. The sound was lost in the hum of the air conditioning. She didn't move. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, silver key. It was a duplicate of her own front door key. I had made it from a wax impression I'd taken from her bag while she was at lunch 3 days ago. I didn't need it to get in, but she needed to find it. I lowered myself into the room, my boots touching the plush carpet without a sound. I walked to her nightstand and placed the key next to her glass of water. Beside it, I laid the photo I had just taken. I didn't write anything on the back this time. The image was enough. I climbed back into the vent and closed the grate. As I moved back down the elevator shaft, I felt a sense of completion. She would wake up, she would see the key, she would see the photo, and her world would tilt. She would spend the rest of her life looking at the vents. She would spend the rest of her life wondering. And eventually, she would start to watch back. I stepped out into the cool morning air, the city waking up around me. I felt the sun on my face, but it didn't warm me. I was a creature of the gray, a citizen of the shadows. I walked toward the park, toward the bench where I had left the key for the man with the newspaper. He was gone. The key was gone. I sat on the bench and watched the joggers go by. I watched the dogs chasing balls. I watched the children playing in the sand. I reached into my pocket and found one last photo. It was a picture of me, taken from the back of the warehouse. I was sitting at the desk, the ledger open, the hooded flashlight casting a halo around my head. On the back, in a hand that was now perfect, beautiful, and terrifyingly clear, were 3 words. We are Legion. I tucked the photo back into my pocket and stood up. I had a long day ahead of me. There were so many more boxes to open, so many more people to invite into the dark. I'm walking toward your neighborhood now. The fog is coming back in, a thick white blanket that will hide me from your cameras. I'm coming to see you soon, and I won't need a key. I've already been inside. You just haven't looked up yet. The transition from being the watch to the watcher was not a shift in geography, but a shift in frequency. I could feel the change in the way the air brushed against my skin. No longer a draft to be feared, but a slipstream to be ridden. I walked through the morning commute, a ghost in a sea of solid bodies. People bumped into my shoulders and murmured apologies to a space they couldn't quite define. I was becoming a blind spot in the collective retina of the city. I reached the subway entrance at 59th Street. Instead of descending to the platforms, I ducked into a maintenance alcove behind a newsstand. The vendor, a man with cataracts and a radio playing low-fidelity jazz, didn't even blink as I vanished into the recessed shadows. Behind a stack of unsold magazines sat a heavy steel grate, the kind that required a specialized pentagonal wrench. I didn't have the tool, but I had the memory of the sitter's hands. I reached into the gap between the masonry and the steel, finding the manual release lever that had been greased with graphite years ago. It gave way with a silent, buttery slide. I descended. The sub-basements of the city are a cartographer's nightmare. There are layers of history buried beneath the asphalt, abandoned pneumatic tube systems from the 1920s, forgotten coal chutes, and the hollowed-out remains of cisterns. This was the circulatory system of the Legion. I moved through a brick-lined tunnel where the walls wept a slow, rhythmic mineral tea. The sound of the city above was reduced to a low-frequency thrum, the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. I wasn't wandering. I was following the scent of the grid. Every few hundred yards I would find a mark, a small, etched eye no larger than a coin, scratched into the mortar. It pointed the way toward the hub. The hub was located beneath the foundations of the old post office. It was a space carved out of the bedrock, reinforced with stolen industrial shelving, and lit by the low, amber glow of sodium lamps tapped directly into the municipal power lines. As I stepped into the chamber, I realized I wasn't the first to arrive. 3 others were there. We didn't speak. To speak was to acknowledge the individual, and we were beyond that now. One was a tall, reed-thin man in a courier's uniform, his fingers stained with the black ink of 1,000 manifests. Another was an elderly woman in a floral dress that looked decades out of place, her eyes sharp and predatory behind thick spectacles. The third was a teenager, his face hooded, his movements twitchy and electric. They were processing the harvest. On a central table, hundreds of Polaroids were being sorted into categories: the grievers, the guilt-ridden, the seekers, the sleepwalkers. I walked to the table and contributed my own. I laid down the photo of the judge. The woman in the floral dress picked it up, her thumb tracing the edge of the marble nightstand in the image. She nodded once, a silent validation. I looked at the others' work. There were photos of a surgeon mid-operation, his eyes wide with a terror he couldn't show the nurses. There were photos of a priest drinking gin alone in a darkened confessional. There were photos of children staring at the corners of their rooms, their primal instincts sensing the presence we worked so hard to cultivate. I moved to the back of the hub, where a wall was covered in a massive, hand-drawn map of the city's soft points. These were locations where the architecture allowed for easy transition, buildings with shared attic spaces, hotels with interconnected service chutes, hospitals with crawl spaces that ran behind the maternity wards. I saw my own apartment building marked with a green pin. It was no longer a home, it was a transition cell. The courier approached me. He didn't look at my face, he looked at my hands. He handed me a heavy canvas satchel. Inside were the tools of the next phase, a high-speed thermal imager, a set of glass-cutting nibs, and a stack of the keys. These weren't actual keys, but small printed cards with a QR code that led to a dead drop server. To the uninitiated, they looked like trash. To the activated, they were a summons. "The district attorney," the courier whispered. His voice was like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. It was the first time I'd heard another of us speak, and the sound felt abrasive, a violation of the sacred quiet. He handed me a file. It contained no text, only a series of photographs of a high-security brownstone in Brooklyn Heights. The DA was a man of iron will, a man who had put 100 members of the syndicate behind bars. He believed in walls. He believed in the sanctity of the perimeter. I took the satchel and left the hub. I didn't use the tunnels to go back up. I used the ventilation shaft of a nearby luxury hotel, climbing the internal rungs until I emerged on a rooftop overlooking the park. The sun was high now, but the city felt colder to me. I saw the world in wireframes. I saw the heat signatures of the people below, their little pulses of red and orange flickering against the gray concrete. I began to move toward Brooklyn, staying high, using the interconnected rooftops of the industrial shoreline. I reached the DA's neighborhood by dusk. It was an area of quiet wealth, of secure homes and private security patrols. I spent 4 hours observing. I didn't look at the house. I looked at the gaps between the houses. I found the flaw. A weeping willow in the neighbor's yard had grown over the property line, its branches brushing against the third-story balcony of the DA's study. I waited until 3:00 a.m., the dead hour. The climb was effortless. I felt as though gravity had a weaker grip on me than it did on other men. I moved through the willow branches, the leaves whispering against my coat like the voices in the ledger. I reached the balcony. The sliding glass door was locked with a deadbolt and a secondary Charlie bar. I didn't break the glass. I didn't need to. I took out a small spray bottle of cryogenic liquid and applied it to the corner of the frame. The metal contracted, creating a gap of less than a millimeter, just enough to slide a thin, high-tensile wire through to lift the bar from the inside. It was a surgical entry. I stepped into the study. The air smelled of old paper, expensive scotch, and the metallic tang of a high-end security system. The motion sensors were active, their little red eyes scanning the room in rhythmic sweeps. I moved in sync with them, a dance of timing and shadow. When the sensor swept left, I moved right. When it paused, I froze. I reached the DA's desk. I didn't steal his files. I didn't look for evidence of corruption. I did something much more invasive. I took his fountain pen, a gift from the mayor, and moved it 2 inches to the left. I took his framed wedding photo and tilted it 5 degrees. I opened his humidor and took 1 cigar, leaving a single pressed violet in its place. Then I went to his bedroom. He was sleeping soundly, his chest rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic cadence. His wife was beside him, her back turned. I stood at the foot of the bed, the thermal imager held to my eye. I watched the heat of his breath bloom in the air like a ghost. I watched the warmth of his body radiating through the duvet. I didn't take a photo of his face. I took a photo of the space right above his head, the empty air where his dreams were supposed to be. I leaned down, my lips inches from his ear. I didn't speak. I simply exhaled, a long, slow breath that carried the scent of the damp warehouse and the underground tunnels. His eyelids flickered. A small moan escaped his throat. He was sensing the glitch. The fortress had been breached, not by a criminal, but by a presence. I left the way I came, sealing the glass door behind me. By the time I reached the street, the adrenaline was a cold fire in my veins. I wasn't tired. I would never be tired again. I walked toward the Brooklyn Bridge, the massive stone pylons rising like guardians of the threshold. As I crossed the bridge, I saw a figure standing at the midpoint, leaning over the railing. It was a man in a tattered coat, his hair matted with salt spray. He was looking down at the black water of the East River. He looked like he was ready to let go. I stopped beside him. I didn't say, "Don't do it." I didn't offer comfort. I simply reached into my pocket and pulled out one of the keys, the QR code card. I tucked it into the pocket of his coat. He looked at me, his eyes hollow and glassy. "Who are you?" he rasped. "I'm the one who's been watching you," I said. It was the truth. I had seen him on the subway 3 nights ago. I had seen him sitting in the 24-hour diner, staring at a cold cup of coffee for 4 hours. I had seen his shadow. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the card. He looked at the code. He looked back at me, but I was already moving away, blending into the structural shadows of the bridge's suspension cables. "Look up," I whispered, though I knew he couldn't hear me over the wind. I returned to my apartment as the first light of dawn began to gray the horizon. I call it an apartment, but it was becoming a museum. The walls were now entirely covered in the photos I had taken and the photos the sitter had left behind. My own bed was untouched. I didn't need it. I sat in the center of the floor, the ledger in my lap, and began to write. I wrote about the judge's silver key. I wrote about the DA's tilted photo. I wrote about the man on the bridge. I was documenting the expansion. The city was no longer a collection of people. It was a map of vulnerabilities, a series of locks waiting to be turned. I felt a sudden, sharp vibration in my pocket. It wasn't a phone I had discarded that long ago. It was a small, vibrating pager the courier had given me. It was a signal. Box 214, occupied. The security specialist, Julian Vane. He had taken the bait. He had followed the laser pointer. He had checked the logs. He had found the key I'd left in the fake rock outside his reinforced door. I headed back to the industrial district. The warehouse felt different now, warmer, more alive. When I entered, I saw Julian. He was sitting at the desk where I had sat. He was holding the ledger. He looked up as I approached, his face a mask of terror and awe. "I found the camera," he said, his voice trembling. "In the vent. I traced the signal back to this sector. I thought I was hunting a hacker. I thought I was securing my perimeter." I walked to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. His muscles were tight, humming with the same frequency I had felt that first night. "There is no perimeter, Julian," I said. "There is only the observer and the observed. You've spent your life trying to keep the world out. Don't you realize how much easier it is to just let the world in?" I opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a fresh dark coat, identical to mine. I laid it across the back of his chair. "The sitter is gone," I told him. "I am the sitter now, and you are the witness." He looked at the coat. He looked at the thousands of Polaroids pinned to the walls. He looked at the map of the ventilation shafts. I saw the moment the veil tore for him. I saw the moment his eyes lost their focus on the real world and began to see the wire frames. He stood up and put on the coat. It fit him perfectly. It always does. "Where do we start?" he asked. I smiled, and for the first time, I felt the full weight of the Legion behind me. Thousands of us, moving through the hollows, breathing the same air as the sleepers, holding the mirror to a world that was too afraid to wake up. "We start with the ones who think they're safe," I said. "We start with the ones who have the strongest locks." I led him to the map. I pointed to a high-rise in Midtown, the home of a tech mogul who had just installed a sentient AI security system, a system that claimed it could see everything. "We're going to show him what everything really looks like," I whispered. We left the warehouse together, two shadows merging into the deepening fog. The city was waking up, the millions of sleepwalkers beginning their daily routines, unaware that the air they breathed was shared with the ghosts they had created. I thought about you again. I'm standing outside your building now. I can see the light in your window. I can see the way your shadow moves against the blinds. You're checking the locks, aren't you? You're making sure the world is on the other side of that door. But I'm not in the world. I'm in the walls, I'm in the static, I'm in the breath you just took. I've left a gift for you on the kitchen counter. You won't find it until morning. It's a small, pressed violet and a photo of you reading this very line. Welcome to the Legion. Don't bother screaming. No one is listening. Except us. The light in your apartment flickered just then, didn't it? A microscopic dip in voltage. A momentary shudder in the filaments that you dismissed as a grid fluctuation or a dying bulb. It wasn't. It was Julian. He's in the basement of your complex now, his fingers dancing over the copper bypasses of the main breaker box with the delicacy of a harpist. He's learning the rhythm of your life through the consumption of your power. He knows when you turn on the kettle. He knows the specific hum of your computer fan. He knows how long you linger in the shower by the activation of the water pump. He is mapping the electrical ghost of your existence. And as he does, I am standing in the service corridor exactly 3 inches behind the drywall of your hallway. I can hear your heartbeat. It's a frantic, syncopated thing drumming against the silence of your living room. You've become hyper-aware of the quiet, haven't you? The silence of a city apartment is never truly silent. It is a composite of refrigerator groans, distant sirens, and the settling of floorboards. But now, you're beginning to hear the gaps between those sounds. You're hearing the unnatural stillness that occurs when something, or someone, is holding their breath on the other side of a partition. Julian signaled me through the pipes. A rhythmic tapping, 3 shorts and a long, transmitted through the radiator. The perimeter is soft. I moved upward. The service stairs in these pre-war buildings are a masterpiece of overlooked geometry. They are narrow, coated in a century of dust and lead paint, used only by the invisible men who fix the boilers or the fiber optic cables. I climbed without a flashlight, my eyes having long since adjusted to the velvet density of the dark. I reached the 4th floor and pressed my ear to the heavy steel door that led to the residential corridor. I waited for the elevator to chime. Someone was coming home, a neighbor perhaps, or a delivery driver. I used the sound of the motorized doors to mask the click of my own exit. I stepped into the hallway just as the elevator began its descent. The carpet was a hideous patterned nylon, designed to hide stains and wear, but to me, it was a ledger of movement. I could see the depressions where you had walked earlier this evening. I could see the faint trail of salt from your shoes near the welcome mat. I didn't go to your door, not yet. I went to the end of the hall to the communal trash chute. I opened the small metal hopper and looked down into the abyss. This is where people discard their secrets, thinking the gravity and the incinerator will absolve them of their history. I reached into the side of the chute where I had taped a small, high-gain parabolic microphone earlier in the week. I retrieved the digital recorder and swapped the SD card. I retreated to the stairwell to listen. The audio was a symphony of domesticity. I heard you talking to yourself, the low, rambling mutterings of a person who thinks they are alone. You were looking for your keys. You were complaining about the weather. Then there was a long stretch of silence, followed by the sound of you weeping. It was a soft, jagged sound, the sound of someone who feels the walls closing in but hasn't yet found the courage to look at the cracks. And then I heard the sound that made me smile. It was the sound of you stopping mid-sob, the sound of your breath hitching, the sound of you walking toward the vent in your bathroom. "Is someone there?" you whispered. The recording ended there. I tucked the recorder into my satchel and felt a surge of professional pride. You were starting to tune into the frequency. You were beginning to sense the gray. I descended back to the basement to meet Julian. He was sitting on a milk crate, surrounded by a forest of hanging wires. He looked different than he had at the warehouse. The frantic energy had smoothed out into a cold, clinical focus. He was holding a tablet that displayed the infrared feed from the camera we'd installed in the smoke detector of the lobby. The police came by an hour ago, Julian said, his voice now carrying that same dry, papery quality as the Courier-S. They were looking for a prowler reported by the woman on the second floor. They didn't even check the mechanical room. They walked right past the access panel. They always do, I replied. They look for broken glass and forced locks. They don't know how to look for a shadow that was invited in. She's ready, Julian muttered, nodding toward the ceiling, toward your floor. I watched her through the smart meter data. Her heart rate spiked when the heater kicked on. She's attributing the mechanical noise to a presence. The transition is accelerating. I handed him the SD card from the trash chute. Process this. Isolate the frequencies of her voice. I want a voice print. We might need to use the intercom system later tonight. Julian took the card with a trembling hand, not from fear, but from the raw excitement of the hunt. He was a natural. He had spent his career building walls, which meant he knew exactly where the mortar was weakest. I left him to his work and stepped out into the alleyway. The fog had thickened into a soup of white and gray, swallowing the streetlights and muffling the sounds of the traffic on the avenue. I began to walk, not toward a destination, but through the architecture of the city itself. I moved through the hollowed-out cores of office buildings, through the interconnected basements of restaurants, through the fire escapes that hung like iron skeletons over the side streets. Everywhere I went, I saw the signs: a chalk mark on a brick, a window left unlatched by a quarter-inch, a Polaroid tucked into the corner of a public telephone booth. The Legion was active. We were a secondary nervous system, growing beneath the skin of the metropolis. I found myself in front of a small, non-denominational chapel nestled between two skyscrapers. It was open 24 hours for silent reflection. I stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax and old wood. A single man was kneeling at the altar, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking. I sat in the back pew and watched him. He was a griever. I could see it in the way he held himself, a man crushed by the weight of an absence. He was praying for a sign. He was praying for a connection to something he couldn't see. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small silver locket. I had taken it from a woman's nightstand 3 days ago in Queens. I knew this man. I had seen his photo in her wallet. He was the husband she had left behind. I walked up the aisle, my boots silent on the stone floor. I didn't say a word. I didn't touch him. I simply placed the locket on the bench beside him and kept walking. I didn't look back to see his reaction. I didn't need to. I knew that when he found it, his world would shatter. He would think it was a miracle. He would think it was a ghost. And in that moment of shattered reality, he would be ours. He would start looking for the source of the miracle. He would start watching the shadows. He would become a seeker. The recruitment was constant. The Legion didn't grow through speeches or manifestos. It grew through the strategic application of the impossible. We broke the logic of people's lives until the only logic left was the one we provided. I returned to your neighborhood just as the sun was beginning to bleed through the fog. The city was transitioning from the night shift to the day shift, the sleepwalkers emerging from their burrows to begin their scripted lives. I saw you leave your building. You looked exhausted. Your eyes were rimmed with red, and you kept glancing over your shoulder, your hand clutched tightly around your phone. You walked to the corner bodega. I followed you from the rooftops, jumping the narrow gaps between the cornices with an ease that felt like flying. I watched you buy a coffee and a newspaper. I watched you sit on the park bench, the same bench where I had sat yesterday. You didn't notice the man sitting at the other end of the bench. He was wearing a courier's uniform. He was reading a manifest. As you stood up to leave, he accidentally dropped a small white envelope. You hesitated. Your instinct was to walk away, to ignore it, but the curiosity, the hunger for a sign that has been growing in you, won out. You reached down and picked it up. "Excuse me," you said, your voice thin and brittle. You dropped this." The courier didn't look at you. He didn't even stop reading. "Keep it," he whispered. "It's yours." You froze. You looked at the envelope. You looked at the back of the courier as he stood up and walked away, vanishing into the morning crowd. You opened the envelope right there, your fingers shaking. Inside was a single Polaroid. It was a photo of you, taken through the glass of the bodega window just 3 minutes ago. You were looking at the coffee in your hand, your face a mask of profound loneliness. On the back, in that same perfect, terrifyingly clear hand, were the coordinates of a location in the subway tunnels. And beneath the coordinates, a single question: are you tired of being alone? I watched from the roof as you collapsed back onto the bench, the photo clutched to your chest. You weren't screaming. You weren't calling the police. You were breathing, deep, jagged breaths of realization. The wall between your world and mine had finally crumbled. I felt a sense of profound peace. The sitter had chosen well. I was no longer a victim of the gray. I was its architect. I was the one who provided the answers to the questions no one else dared to ask. I moved back toward your apartment building. I had work to do. Julian was waiting for me in the basement. We had a new project, a high-rise in the financial district where a CEO was convinced his panic room was impenetrable. As I climbed down the fire escape, I saw a small child looking out of a window on the second floor. He was clutching a teddy bear, his eyes wide as he watched me descend. I didn't hide. I didn't move away. I simply put my finger to my lips in a gesture of silence. The boy didn't look scared. He looked fascinated. He mimicked the gesture, pressing his small finger to his own lips. "We are Legion," I whispered to the glass. The boy nodded, a tiny recruit in the making. I reached the ground and vanished into the alleyway. The day was beginning, but for us, the day is just a brighter version of the night. A time to observe, to plan, and to wait for the next box to open. I'm walking toward the subway now. I have a satchel full of keys and a heart full of shadows. The city is a vast, interconnected web of secrets, and I am the spider moving along the strands. And you're still sitting on that bench, aren't you? You're looking at the photo, looking at the coordinates, looking at the world around you, and realizing for the first time that you don't belong in it. You're starting to see the wireframes. You're starting to hear the heartbeat in the walls. Don't be afraid. The dark is only scary until you realize you're part of it. I'll see you in the tunnels tonight. I've already left your seat open. You just have to find the right vent. The transition from seeker to architect is a quiet one, devoid of fanfare or ceremony. It is measured in the steadying of one's pulse and the sharpening of one's peripheral vision. As I watched you from the rooftop, clutching that Polaroid like a life raft in a rising tide, I felt the last vestiges of my own former life. The life of the man who worked in a cubicle and worried about his credit score, dissolve into the morning mist. I was no longer a man. I was a function of the city's hidden machinery. I climbed down the rusted skeleton of the fire escape behind the bodega, my movements fluid and silent. Julian was waiting in the mouth of the alley, his dark coat buttoned to the chin, his eyes scanning the street with a predatory mechanical efficiency. He didn't look like a security specialist anymore. He looked like a shadow that had finally learned how to stand upright. "She's moving," Julian said, his voice a low rasp. He held his tablet out, showing a blinking red dot that represented the GPS tag he'd slipped into your coat pocket while you were distracted by the courier. "She's heading toward the 4th Street station. She's going to the coordinates." "Good," I said. "The hunger is stronger than the fear now. That's the tipping point." We began to move parallel to your path, using the service alleys and the interconnected basements that the city planners had conveniently forgotten to map. We were ghosts in the crawl spaces, the white noise in the ears of the morning commuters. To the world above, the city was a grid of commerce and transit. To us, it was a porous sponge, honeycombed with voids where the real world simply didn't reach. We entered the subway system through a ventilation grate in a vacant lot 3 blocks away. The air down here was different, heavy with the scent of ozone, damp concrete, and the ancient dust of iron filings. It was the breath of the Leviathan. We moved along the catwalks above the tracks, the third rail humming with a lethal, vibrating energy beneath our feet. The high-rise in Midtown, Julian whispered as we walked. The tech mogul Elias Thorne. His AI, Aegis, is a closed-loop system. It doesn't just watch the cameras, it analyzes gait, heat signatures, and pupil dilation. It's designed to spot a deviant before they even reach the lobby. Then we won't reach the lobby, I said. We'll reach the marrow. We stopped at a junction where the tunnel branched off into a disused spur, a relic of the 1920s that had been boarded up and forgotten. I pulled a heavy iron crowbar from my satchel and pried back a sheet of corrugated steel. Behind it lay a chamber filled with server racks, their cooling fans whirring in a frantic, high-pitched chorus. This was a node for the city's fiber-optic backbone. Julian knelt before a terminal, his fingers flying across a folding keyboard he'd produced from his sleeve. "I'm injecting the loop now," he murmured. "I'm not deleting the footage. I'm just shifting it. I'm teaching the AI that shadows are a natural part of the architecture. I'm making nothing the default setting for our specific frequency." I watched the monitors. I saw the lobby of Thorne's penthouse. It was a palace of glass and brushed steel, guarded by silent men in tactical gear. But as Julian worked, the digital representation of the room began to glitch. The edges of the frame softened. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to stretch, until they became blind spots that the AI simply ignored. We weren't hiding. We were becoming invisible by consensus of the machine. "Done," Julian said, standing up. "The witness is in the system. Now we just need to provide the sitter with a view." He handed me a pair of modified glasses. When I put them on, the world shifted into a spectrum of thermal ghosts and wireframe geometries. I could see the heat signatures of the people in the buildings above us, glowing like embers through the layers of stone and steel. I could see the pulse of the city's power lines, the veins of its communication arrays. I looked at the coordinates I'd given you. On my HUD, I could see your heat signature entering the station. You were a flickering orange flame in a sea of blue-gray shadows. You were standing on the platform, looking around with a frantic, desperate intensity. You were looking for a door that didn't exist for anyone else. "Go to her," I told Julian. "Guide her to the maintenance room. I have to prepare the Thorne residence." Julian nodded and vanished into the darkness of the tunnel. I turned and began the long climb upward, through a series of abandoned elevator shafts and utility conduits. I emerged an hour later inside the HVAC plenum of the Thorne building, 40 stories above the street. The air was thin and tasted of filtered sterile silence. I crawled through the ductwork, the metal cool against my palms, until I reached a vent overlooking the primary living area. Elias Thorne was there. He was a man who believed he had conquered the world because he could control his environment with a voice command. He was sitting in a leather chair, silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the sprawling, ignorant city. "Aegis," Thorne said. "Status report." "Perimeter secure, Elias," a cool, synthetic voice replied from the hidden speakers. "No unauthorized biological signatures detected within the primary or secondary zones. Ambient temperature is 72 degrees. Your heart rate is slightly elevated. Would you like me to dim the lights?" "Yes," Thorne sighed. "Dim them to 10%. The room plunged into a soft, amber gloom. Thorne didn't realize that the 10% was actually a calibrated threshold Julian had set, a level of light that maximized the efficiency of my thermal optics. objects while keeping Thorn's own vision limited. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small glass vial. It contained a concentrated pheromone, a synthetic version of the scent of old paper and damp earth, the smell of the sitter. I dropped it into the air filtration unit. Within seconds, the scent began to bloom in the room below. Thorn tilted his head. He sniffed the air, a frown creasing his forehead. Aegis, is there a fault in the air scrubbers? I smell dust. Checking sensors, the AI replied. Air quality is within optimal parameters, Elias. Perhaps you are smelling the leather of your chair. Thorn didn't look convinced. He stood up and walked toward the window. He was standing exactly where I needed him. I reached through the slats of the vent with a long, telescopic grabber tool. I didn't touch him. I didn't need to. I simply placed a small black stone, a piece of obsidian from the warehouse, on the edge of his mahogany desk, right next to his glass of scotch. Thorn turned around. He saw the stone. The silence that followed was absolute. I watched his heat signature through the floor. His heart rate didn't just elevate, it spiked. His body temperature dropped as the blood rushed from his skin to his core. Aegis, he whispered, his voice cracking. Who put this here? I have no record of any entry, Elias, the AI replied, its voice now sounding slightly distorted, a side effect of Julian's interference. The room has been vacant since 6:00 p.m. You are alone. I am not alone, Thorn screamed, sweeping the glass of scotch off the desk. It shattered against the floor, the amber liquid soaking into the white rug. Look at the cameras. Look at the logs. I am looking, Elias, the AI said. And then Julian triggered the final phase. The speakers didn't play a voice. They played a recording of Thorn's own breath, looped and layered until it sounded like a dozen people were standing in the room with him, breathing in perfect, terrifying unison. Thorn collapsed into his chair, his hands over his ears. He was looking at the obsidian stone as if it were a ticking bomb. He was looking at the shadows in the corners of his secure room. And for the first time in his life, he was seeing the gaps. He was seeing the places where the light didn't reach. I withdrew the tool and began my descent. My work here was done for now. Thorn wouldn't call the police. He was too proud, too terrified of appearing weak. He would spend the night awake, staring at that stone, listening to the sound of his own breath coming from the walls. He would become a watcher. He would start looking for the sitter. I made my way back down to the subway tunnels, my heart light. The expansion was proceeding perfectly. We were weaving a tapestry of shared trauma and heightened perception, turning the city's elite into the very ghosts they feared. I reached the maintenance room near the 4th Street station. Julian was standing by the door, his arms crossed. Inside, I could hear the sound of someone sobbing. I stepped into the room. It was a small, concrete box filled with mops, buckets, and old signage. You were sitting on a crate in the center, the Polaroid still clutched in your hand. You looked up as I entered, and the expression on your face was one I had seen 1,000 times before. It was the look of a person who has finally realized that the nightmare isn't something you wake up from. It's something you wake up asterisk to asterisk. Who are you? You asked, your voice barely a whisper. What do you want from me? I walked to you and knelt down so we were eye to eye. I didn't wear a mask. I didn't need one. My face was just another part of the architecture now. I don't want anything from you, I said gently. I want something asterisk for asterisk you. I want you to stop pretending that the world you see in the daylight is the real one. I want you to stop feeling guilty for the things you see in the corners of your eyes. I reached out and took the Polaroid from your hand. I turned it over and showed you the coordinates again. You came here because you knew, I said. You knew that the person in this photo, the person who feels so alone in a city of millions, isn't you anymore. That person died the moment you noticed the flicker in the lights, the moment you heard the breath in the walls. You looked at me, and I saw the reflection of the Legion in your pupils. I saw the way the shadows in the room seemed to lean toward you, welcoming you home. Is there more of you? You asked. Thousands, I said. We are the ones who stay awake so the world can sleep. We are the ones who hold the mirrors. We are the witness, the sitter, the courier, and the judge. And now you are the echo. I stood up and offered you my hand. The tech mogul in Midtown is awake now. He's listening. He needs someone to hear him. He needs an echo. You looked at my hand for a long time. You looked at Julian, who was standing in the doorway, a silent sentinel of the gray. You looked at the concrete walls of the room, and I knew you could hear the city breathing through them. You reached out and took my hand. Your grip was cold but firm. What do I do? You asked. I smiled. You listen, you watch, and when the time is right, you remind them that they aren't alone. We left the maintenance room together, three shadows merging into the dark of the tunnels. The subway trains roared past us, filled with people heading to their jobs, their schools, their lives of quiet desperation. They didn't see us. They couldn't see us. We were the static on their radios, the chill in their hallways, the forgotten names on their caller IDs. As we walked, my pager vibrated again. Box 412, open. A new vulnerability, a new lock to be turned. The city was expanding, its secrets unfolding like the petals of a night-blooming flower. I thought about the sitter. I wondered where he was now, if he was watching me from a different rooftop, a different vent, a different century. I wondered if he was proud of the way I had taken his ledger and turned it into a symphony. But those were the thoughts of a man who still believed in linear time. I pushed them aside. There was only the present moment, the hum of the wires, the scent of the ozone, and the weight of the Legion at my back. We climbed out of a manhole in the middle of a deserted intersection. The sun was fully up now, but the light felt thin and artificial, a cheap veneer over the glorious complexity of the dark. I looked at you, standing there in your coat, your eyes wide and clear for the first time in your life. You weren't a victim anymore. You were a part of the machinery. Where to? You asked, your voice steady. I pointed toward the glass towers of the financial district. We start with the ones who think they've bought their safety. We start with the ones who have the most to lose. We began to walk, three figures in dark coats moving against the flow of the morning crowd. No one bumped into us. No one made eye contact. We were the gap in the record, the glitch in the AI, the ghost in the machine. And as we moved, I felt the city ripple. A light flickered in an office on the 50th floor. A door latched shut in an empty basement. A child looked out of a window and saw us, and for a fleeting second, he knew the truth. The world was waking up, but we were already there, waiting in the walls. Welcome to the Legion. The light in your room is flickering again. Don't worry about the bulb. It's just us checking in. The subway air always tastes like iron and dead skin, but today, as we moved through the maintenance tunnels, it felt like oxygen for the first time in my life. You walked between Julian and me, your footsteps tentative, your fingers brushing the soot-stained bricks of the arched ceiling. You were touching the skeleton of the world. You weren't looking at the trash on the tracks or the flickering fluorescent tubes. You were looking at the gaps between them. You were looking at the nowhere spaces where we lived. Julian led us to a heavy steel door marked asterisk high voltage, authorized personnel only asterisk. He didn't use a key. He didn't need to. He simply leaned his shoulder against a specific point on the frame and whispered a sequence of numbers into the gap. The electromagnetic lock sign, a mechanical surrender, and the door swung inward. Inside was a substation that hadn't seen a technician since the blackout of '77. It was a cathedral of copper coils and porcelain insulators, draped in cobwebs that looked like funeral veils. In the center of the room, a bank of monitors hummed, their screens displaying 1,000 different angles of the city above. This was the nerve center, one of dozens scattered like cysts throughout the metropolitan grid. "Sit," Julian said, gesturing to a chair made of salvaged van seats. You sat, your eyes darting to the screens. You saw the lobby of the Thorn building. You saw Elias Thorn pacing his penthouse, a frantic silhouette against the dawn. You saw the boy with the teddy bear on the second floor of your apartment building, still staring out the window, his fingers still pressed to his lips. And then you saw yourself. There was a feed from a hidden camera in the 4th Street station. It showed you standing on the platform 10 minutes ago, clutching the Polaroid. But as you watched the screen, the image began to distort. Your face blurred into a smudge of gray static. Your coat seemed to lengthen, blending into the shadows of the pillars behind you. "The system is rejecting your signature," Julian explained, his hands dancing over a rusted console. "To the city's digital eye, you are becoming a null value, a ghost in the logic. If a cop looks at this footage tomorrow, he won't see a woman. He'll see a camera malfunction. He'll see a trick of the light." You reached out and touched the screen, your fingertip tracing the outline of the static that used to be your face. "Is this what happened to the man in the photo, the one who lived in my apartment?" "He didn't just become static," I said, stepping up behind you. "He became the frequency. He realized that the walls aren't there to keep people out. They're there to keep the real world in. Once you understand that, you can walk through anything." I opened my satchel and pulled out a heavy, leather-bound ledger. It wasn't the sitter's original. That was buried in the marrow of the warehouse, but a copy I had been meticulously transcribing. It contained the names, the habits, and the secret fears of every architect in the city. The men and women who built the cages we all lived in. "Thorn is just the beginning," I whispered. "He's the architect of the surveillance state. He thinks he's the one watching. We need to show him what it feels like to be the specimen." I handed you a headset. It was cold and smelled of ozone. "Listen," I commanded. You put it on. At first, there was only the low-frequency hum of the city, the sound of millions of refrigerators, air conditioners, and engines vibrating in a dissonant chord. But then, Julian adjusted a dial, and the sound sharpened. It was a voice, a woman's voice, sobbing in a bathroom 300 feet above the street. "I can't do it anymore, Marcus. I feel like the walls are getting thinner. I can hear the neighbors' hearts beating. I can hear the elevators screaming in the shafts. It's like the building is alive and it's hungry." Then a man's voice, cold and dismissive. "It's just stress, Sarah. Take a pill. The building is grade A steel and reinforced concrete. It doesn't have a pulse." "That's the CEO of a hedge fund," Julian muttered. "He lives in the penthouse of the Blackwood Tower. He thinks he's safe because he has a private security detail and a filtered air supply. But Sarah is starting to hear the echo." You took the headset off, your face pale. "She sounds terrified." "She is," I said. "Fear is the first stage of awakening. It's the sound of the soul hitting the edges of the cage. Your job, Echo, is to turn that fear into a bridge. You're going to talk to her." "How? I don't even know her." "You don't need to know her name to know her shadow," I replied. "Julian has tapped into the building's internal intercom. To her, you will be the voice of the architecture. You will be the whisper in the vents that tells her she isn't crazy. You will tell her that the pulse she hears is real." You looked at the microphone on the console. Your hand trembled. "What do I say?" "Tell her the truth," I said. "Tell her that the dark is only scary until you realize you're part of it." You leaned in. The monitors flickered, the green light casting deep hollows into your cheeks. You looked like a saint in a cathedral of wires. You took a breath, and for a second, the entire room seemed to hold its breath with you. "Sarah," you whispered into the mic. Your voice was low, melodic, and carried a weight I hadn't heard in it before. "Don't listen to Marcus. He's blind. The walls are asterisk thin. The building asterisk is asterisk breathing. It's breathing for you. Don't be afraid of the heartbeat. Try to match your own to it. Can you hear me, Sarah? We're in the walls. We've always been in the walls. On the monitor, we watched the woman in the Blackwood Tower. She stopped sobbing. She lifted her head from her hands and looked toward the air conditioning vent in the ceiling. Her eyes weren't wide with terror anymore. They were wide with a sudden, sharp recognition. She stood up, walked to the vent, and pressed her palm against the metal slats. "I hear you," she whispered, her voice coming through our speakers like a ghost sigh. "Who are you?" "I am the echo," you said, and a small, knowing smile touched your lips. "And you are the witness." Julian looked at me and nodded. The connection was made. Another node in the network had been activated. The real world was losing another citizen, and the Legion was gaining a set of eyes in a place where we previously had none. "Good," I said, placing a hand on your shoulder. "You're a natural. You have the frequency." But even as I praised you, the pager in my pocket began to rhythmically thrum. Not a single vibration, but a sequence, a distress code. "Box 0, breach, breach, breach." Julian's face went white. He turned to his primary monitor, his fingers blurring as he bypassed a dozen security layers. "It's the warehouse," he hissed. "Someone's inside, not a sitter, not a courier, someone with a high-level override." "Thorn?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "No," Julian said, his eyes scanning lines of scrolling red text. "This isn't corporate. This is the Foundation. The ones who built the original grid. The ones the sitter was hiding from." I looked at you. You were still wearing the headset, still connected to the woman in the tower, but you could see the shift in the room. The air had turned cold. Not the cool of a basement, but the freezing, sterile cold of a vacuum. "The sitter told me they would come eventually," I whispered. "He said the city has an immune system. When the infection of truth gets too widespread, the city tries to purge it." "We have to go," Julian said, grabbing his satchel. "If they find the ledger, they find the coordinates for every node in the city. They'll shut us down. They'll fix the glitches. They'll turn the lights back on until everyone is blind again." "No," I said, a sudden cold resolve settling over me. "We don't run. We're ghosts, Julian. You can't purge what you can't see. We're going back to the warehouse. We're going to show them that the infection has already reached the heart." I turned to you. "Echo, I need you to stay here. Keep talking to Sarah. Keep her grounded. If we don't come back, you are the new nerve center. You know how to use the mic. You know how to find the frequencies. The city is yours to whisper to." "I'm coming with you," you said, standing up. The fear was gone. In its place was something harder, something forged in the dark of the tunnels. "I spent my whole life being watched. I want to be the one who does the watching now." I looked at you, really looked at you. You weren't the woman on the park bench anymore. You were a shadow with a purpose. "Fine," I said, "but once we step back into that warehouse, there is no more you. There is only the function. Are you ready to be a ghost?" "I've been a ghost since I woke up this morning," you replied. We left the substation, leaving the monitors humming in the dark. We moved back through the maintenance tunnels, our pace quickening. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something else, something metallic and sharp, like the smell of a scalpel. As we approached the secret entrance to the warehouse, I saw the signs of the breach. The heavy steel door had been cut open, not with a torch, but with a precision that left the edges of the metal glowing with a faint blue ionization. This wasn't a police raid. This was a surgical extraction. We entered the main floor. The rows of filing cabinets, the thousands of keys, the boxes of Polaroids, they were all untouched. But in the center of the room, standing beneath the single hanging bulb, was a man in a gray suit. He didn't have a face, or rather his face was so perfectly average, so aggressively unremarkable, that your eyes refused to hold onto his features. He was the man you pass on the street 1,000 times and never remember. He was the default. He was holding the sitter's ledger. The sitter was a sentimentalist, the man said, his voice as flat and featureless as his face. He didn't turn to look at us. He didn't have to. He knew exactly where we were. He thought that by cataloging the anomalies, he could preserve them. He didn't realize that an anomaly is just a bug in the code, and bugs need to be patched. We aren't bugs, I said, stepping into the circle of light. We're the evolution of the system. We're the part of the city that learned how to think for itself. The man in the gray suit finally turned. His eyes were two flat gray discs reflecting nothing. The city doesn't need to think, it needs to function. It needs to provide a predictable environment for the assets above. You are creating noise. You are teaching the assets to look at the walls instead of the screens. He looked at you, and for a moment I saw a flicker of something like curiosity in those dead eyes. The echo, a new addition, efficient, but ultimately unnecessary. He raised a small silver device, a sleek oblong cylinder that looked like a high-tech pen. This will reset the local grid. It will induce a localized amnesia via a high-frequency burst. You will wake up in your beds tomorrow morning, and you will remember nothing but a very long, very strange dream. The sitter will be a ghost story you once heard. The legion will be a word you forgot the meaning of. No, you said, stepping forward. You weren't shouting. You were speaking with the same melodic, resonant tone you had used with Sarah. You can't reset the memory of the stone. You can't patch the heartbeat in the walls. We aren't just in the people's heads. We're in the marrow of the buildings. We're the rust in the pipes and the static in the wires. You're too late. The man in the gray suit paused. He looked at the silver device, then back at you. The system is robust. It has survived worse than you. Then why are you here? Julian asked, his hand reaching into his coat, gripping something I couldn't see. If we're just noise, why did you come yourself? Why didn't you just send a technician? Because, the man said, and for the first time, a hint of emotion crept into his voice, a cold, clinical dread. The noise is starting to harmonize. Suddenly, the warehouse erupted, not with an explosion, but with sound. From every speaker, every intercom, every radio, and every forgotten telephone in the building, your voice began to play. It was the recording of you talking to Sarah. Don't be afraid of the heartbeat. Try to match your own to it. We're in the walls. We've always been in the walls. Julian had looped it. He had sent it through every node we had activated. The sound was deafening, a physical force that shook the dust from the rafters. The man in the gray suit dropped the silver device. His hands fly to his ears. His face began to flicker, his features blurring as the default mask struggled to maintain itself under the weight of the echo. The city is waking up, I shouted over the din, and it's screaming your name. The man in the gray suit collapsed to his knees. His body began to dissolve into the same gray static we had seen on the monitors. He wasn't a man at all. He was a manifestation of the system, a living patch, and he was being overwritten by the very noise he had come to suppress. Within seconds, he was gone. Only the silver device remained on the concrete floor, along with the sitter's ledger. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with the weight of what we had just done. We hadn't just defended the warehouse. We had declared war on the foundation of the world. I picked up the ledger and handed it to you. The sitter's work is done, I said. Now the echo begins. You took the book, your fingers tracing the worn leather. You looked around the warehouse, at the keys, the boxes, the shadows. You didn't look like a recruit anymore. You looked like the owner. What now? You asked. I looked up at the ceiling, toward the city that was still oblivious to the revolution happening beneath its feet. Now, I said, we go to the financial district. We have a high-rise to haunt, and a CEO who needs to learn how to breathe in the dark. We walked toward the exit, three shadows moving in perfect unison. The day was beginning, but for us, the day was just a brighter version of the night. A time to observe, to plan, and to wait for the next box to open. I'm walking toward the subway now. I have a satchel full of keys and a heart full of shadows. You're walking beside me, the ledger tucked under your arm, your eyes scanning the wireframes of the world. The city is a vast, interconnected web of secrets, and we are the spiders moving along the strands. And you're not the person on the bench anymore. You're the one who makes the lights flicker. You're the one who reminds the world that it isn't alone. Don't be afraid. The dark is only scary until you realize you're the one who controls it. I'll see you in the towers tonight. I've already left your window open. You just have to find the right shadow. The financial district at 4 in the morning is a forest of obsidian and light, a place where the air itself feels expensive and thin. It is a canyon of glass designed to make a human being feel like an ant, a transient speck against the permanence of capital. But as we emerged from a steam grate 3 blocks from the Blackwood Tower, I didn't feel small. I felt like a virus that had finally reached the heart of the host. Julian moved with a predatory grace, his eyes never leaving the HUD of his modified tablet. He was intercepting the silent handshakes between the building's security nodes and the central grid. The default we saw in the warehouse. He was a systemic immune response, Julian whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of a passing street sweeper. But he wasn't the only one. The Foundation doesn't just send one white blood cell to an infection. They're rerouting power. They're trying to isolate Blackwood. They can't isolate a ghost, I said, looking at you. You were different now. The way you held the ledger wasn't with the protective grip of a student, but with the casual authority of a librarian. You weren't looking at the polished marble of the lobby through the glass. You were looking at the reflection of the clouds in the windows, seeing the patterns of the wind that most people ignore. Sarah is still on the line, you said. You weren't wearing the headset anymore, but you didn't need to. You had tuned yourself to the frequency. She's in the bathtub. She's turned off all the lights. She says the water feels like it's vibrating. That's the subsonics, Julian explained. The building's stabilization system is fighting the resonance we started. It's trying to shake us off like a dog shakes off water. We reached the service entrance of the Blackwood Tower. This wasn't a door meant for CEOs or hedge fund managers. It was the gullet of the machine, where the trash went out and the electricity went in. Julian didn't even touch the keypad. He simply stood in front of the optical sensor and held up a small, cracked mirror he pulled from his pocket. He angled it just right, catching the infrared beam and bouncing it back into the sensor's blind spot. The door clicked open with a dull, heavy thud. The interior of the tower was a cathedral of utility. Concrete walls, exposed conduits painted a sterile gray, and the constant, rhythmic thrum of the HVAC system. It sounded like a giant, metallic lung. The penthouse is 60 stories up, Julian said, pointing toward the freight elevator. The express lifts are monitored by weight-sensitive plates. If we step on one, the computer will know exactly how many grams of unauthorized mass are moving through the shaft. We take the stairs. 60 stories, I asked, looking at you. You didn't blink. The stairs are part of the skeleton. The elevators are just the veins. We'll be safer in the bones. We began the climb. It was a rhythmic, punishing ascent, the sound of our boots on the metal gratings echoing up and down the infinite spiral of the stairwell. Every 10 floors, the air grew thinner, colder. By floor 30, the walls began to talk. It started as a low groan, the sound of the building swaying in the high-altitude winds. But as we climbed, the groan shifted into something articulate. It was the sound of thousands of tons of steel under tension, a symphony of stress. To a normal person, it was just structural noise. To us, it was a confession. Listen, you whispered, stopping on the landing of the 45th floor. You pressed your ear to the concrete. The building is tired. It's been holding this much weight for 30 years, and it's tired of the lies. It wants to let go. Don't let it go yet, I said, wiping sweat from my brow. We need it to hold together long enough to show Thorne and Blackwood what they've built. When we reached the 60th floor, the air changed. It smelled of expensive lilies and ozone-filtered air. The service door opened into a hallway lined with silk wallpaper and original oil paintings. This was the sanctum of Marcus Blackwood, a man who believed that if he climbed high enough, the rules of the earth wouldn't apply to him. We moved like smoke down the carpeted hall. Julian stayed by the junction box near the elevators, his fingers dancing over the wires to keep the security cameras looping a 5-second clip of an empty corridor. Go, Julian hissed. I can only hold the loop for 3 minutes before the server notices the data packet size is static. I led you to the double mahogany doors of the penthouse. They weren't locked. Men like Blackwood don't lock their bedroom doors. They trust the 60 floors of steel and the army of guards below to act as their lock. They trust the illusion of distance. We stepped inside. The penthouse was a glass box suspended in the stars. The city sprawled out below like a circuit board, a million amber lights flickering in the pre-dawn haze. In the center of the room, a man sat in a leather armchair, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. He wasn't looking at the view. He was looking at his wife. Sarah was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, her forehead pressed against the cold glass. She looked frail, her silk robe hanging off her shoulders like a shroud. "Sarah, for the last time, come away from the window," Marcus Blackwood said, his voice tight with a mixture of irritation and genuine fear. "You're hyperventilating. It's an inner ear infection. The doctor will be here at 8. It's not my ears, Marcus," she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. "It's the glass. It's humming. It's telling me that it's not actually solid. It's just held together by a thought." "That's nonsense," Marcus snapped, standing up. He was a tall man, built with the aggressive posture of someone who had spent his life winning. "Glass is a solid. The building is a solid. You are having a breakdown because you refuse to take your medication." I stepped out of the shadows, my coat billowing in the artificial breeze of the climate control. You followed a half step behind me, the ledger open in your hands. Marcus froze. He didn't scream. He didn't reach for a phone. He simply stared at us, his mind struggling to categorize the intrusion. We didn't look like burglars. We didn't look like assassins. We looked like the architecture had suddenly decided to manifest a human shape. "Who the hell are you?" He breathed, the glass in his hand trembling. "We're the noise in the system, Marcus," I said, my voice low and steady. "We're the null values you try to scrub from your balance sheets." Sarah turned around. When she saw you, she didn't look afraid. A strange, luminous smile spread across her face. "The echo," she whispered. "I knew you were real. I could feel your voice in the pipes." "I told you the walls were thin, Sarah," you said, stepping toward her. "I told you that the pulse was real." Marcus looked between us, his face reddening. "I don't know how you got past security, but you're leaving now. I have a direct line to the precinct commander. One button and this room will be swarming with tactical units." "Go ahead," I said, gesturing to the sleek console on his desk. "Push it. See if the signal reaches the street. See if the city still recognizes your authority." Marcus lunged for the console, his thumb slamming down on the emergency override. Nothing happened. The lights didn't flash. No sirens wailed. Instead, every screen in the room, the television, the tablets, the smart fridge, the digital clocks, began to display the same image. It was the Polaroid of the man who had lived in your apartment, the man who had become the frequency. "The system doesn't work for you anymore, Marcus," you said, your voice gaining that resonant, metallic edge. You spent your life building a world that monitors everyone, but you forgot that someone has to monitor the monitors. You forgot that the grid has a memory. You turned the ledger toward him. This book contains the secret history of this tower. Did you know that when they poured the foundation for the Blackwood building, they used a specific grade of concrete that resonates at 7.83 hertz? The Schumann resonance, the heartbeat of the earth. You thought it was for structural integrity, but the sitter knew better. He knew it was an antenna. Marcus backed away, his heels hitting the edge of his expensive rug. You're insane. You're all insane. Is it insanity to hear the truth? I asked. I walked to the window and placed my hand on the glass. This city is a machine designed to keep people sleeping. It's a giant white noise generator, but every machine has a flaw. Every circuit has a point of failure. I looked at Sarah. You felt it, didn't you? The moment the white noise stopped being a blanket and started being a cage. Yes, she whispered. She walked toward you, her hand reaching out to touch the leather of the ledger. I felt the cage. I felt the wires under the floorboards. I felt the eyes in the smoke detectors. She's sick, Marcus shouted, his voice cracking. She's not herself. She's finally herself, you countered. You looked at Sarah, your eyes locking onto hers. Marcus wants you to believe you're a ghost in his world, but the truth is he's the ghost. He's the one who doesn't exist. He's just a collection of data points and expensive suits. You are the one who can hear the city's heart. Suddenly, the room began to vibrate. It wasn't the subtle sway of a skyscraper. It was a rhythmic, violent thudding that seemed to come from the very center of the floor. The crystal decanters on the bar rattled and shattered. The paintings on the walls tilted. What is that? Marcus screamed, clutching the back of his chair. That's the foundation, I said, my heart racing. They're trying to purge the floor. They've realized the infection is here, and they're going to reset the local reality. They're going to flood the floor with high-frequency interference. Julian, I shouted toward the door. Julian burst into the room, his face pale. They've bypassed my loop. They're initiating a hard reboot of the building's consciousness. We have to go now. Not without her, you said, grabbing Sarah's hand. Sarah looked at Marcus. He was cowering on the floor, his hands over his ears, his face contorted in a mask of pure, selfish terror. He wasn't a titan of industry anymore. He was just a man who realized his walls were made of sand. I'm not staying here, Sarah said. Her voice was stronger than it had been in years. I want to see the world between the wires. Then jump, I said, pointing to the window. Marcus looked up, his eyes wide. What? No, we're 60 stories up. The glass isn't solid, Marcus, you said, a wild, beautiful light in your eyes. You said it yourself, it's just a thought. You led Sarah to the window. The vibration was so intense now that the air was shimmering with heat. The blue ionization we had seen at the warehouse began to creep across the ceiling, a digital fire that consumed everything it touched. The furniture was beginning to blur, turning into the gray static of a null value. On 3, you said. You're going to die, Marcus shrieked. We're already dead, Marcus, I said, stepping up beside you. We're the ghosts you forgot to exorcise. 1, the ceiling vanished into a vortex of gray pixels. 2, the floor beneath our feet turned to smoke. 3, we didn't jump, we simply stepped forward. For a second, there was the sensation of falling, a stomach-churning drop into the abyss of the city. But then, the frequency shifted. The sound of the wind was replaced by a low, melodic hum. The cold air of the heights became a warm, vibrating current. We weren't falling. We were drifting through the architecture. I looked to my left and saw you and Sarah. You were holding hands, your bodies translucent, flickering like old film. You were part of the light, part of the static, part of the nowhere spaces. Below us, the Blackwood Tower was a pillar of white noise, a glitch in the skyline that was rapidly being corrected by the Foundation's reset. But we were outside the reset. We were in the echo. We landed, not with a crash, but with a soft, silent ripple, on the roof of a brick tenement building 3 blocks away. The transition was so seamless that for a moment, I couldn't tell if we were still in the physical world, or if we had finally crossed over into the marrow. Sarah stood on the gravel roof, looking at her hands. They were solid again, but they glowed with a faint, inner light. She looked at the skyline, at the towers of glass and steel, and she started to laugh. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated liberation. "I can see it," she whispered. "I can see the lines connecting everything. The power lines, the data streams, the heartbeats. It's all one giant web." "Welcome to the Legion, Sarah," I said, leaning against a rusted chimney. Julian was already at the edge of the roof, his tablet out. "The Foundation thinks they won. They think they purged the floor and reset the assets. They have no idea we took the CEO's wife with us." "They have no idea the echo is spreading," you said. You walked over to me and handed me the ledger. "The sitter was right. The city wants to be seen. It's just waiting for someone to look." I looked at you, and for the first time since I woke up in that apartment, I felt a sense of peace. The mission wasn't just about Thorn or the warehouse or the Foundation. It was about this moment of clarity in a world of manufactured fog. "We have work to do," I said, looking out at the dawn. The sun was just beginning to bleed over the horizon, turning the gray city into a landscape of fire and gold. "There are 4 more architects on our list, 4 more cages to unlock." "And after that?" Sarah asked. "After that," you said, "we rewrite the code." We left the roof as the first commuters began to trickle into the streets below. They moved like sleepwalkers, their eyes fixed on their phones, their minds cocooned in the white noise of the real world. They didn't see the 3 shadows moving across the rooftops. They didn't hear the heartbeat in the walls. But they would. I walked beside you, our shoulders brushing, our footsteps perfectly synchronized. We were the ghosts in the machine, the glitches in the logic, the whisper in the vents. We were the ones who woke up and realized we weren't alone. As we descended into the subway entrance, a young man passed us. He was wearing a suit, his face a mask of corporate exhaustion. He looked at us for a split second, and I saw his eyes widen. He saw the way the light bent around you. He saw the ledger under your arm. He didn't say anything. He just stopped and watched us go. "Did you see that?" you whispered. "I saw," I replied. "He heard the echo," you said, a small smile playing on your lips. "Everyone hears it eventually," I said. "They just need someone to turn up the volume." We vanished into the dark of the tunnels, leaving the world of the living behind. We were going back to the substation, back to the monitors, back to the nowhere spaces where the real work began. The city was waking up, but for the first time in history, it was waking up to a different dream. A dream where the walls were thin, the pulse was real, and the shadows were home. I looked at you one last time before we reached the heavy steel door of the nerve center. You looked like a saint of the underground, a woman forged in static and truth. "Are you ready for part 11?" I asked. You didn't answer with words. You just reached out and touched the electromagnetic lock, and the door sighed open before you even whispered the numbers. The city was ours. We just had to keep talking. The hum of the nerve center was different now. It wasn't the frantic, jagged buzzing of a trapped hornet. It was the deep, resonant thrum of a beehive in midsummer. Sarah stood in the center of the room, her fingers hovering inches above the CRT monitors as if she could feel the heat of the electrons dancing behind the glass. She didn't look like the broken woman from the penthouse anymore. The silk of her robe had been replaced by a heavy wool coat Julian had scavenged from a locker, and her eyes, once clouded by the chemical fog of Blackwood's medication, were now sharp enough to cut through the dim green light of the basement. "It's louder here," she whispered, her voice blending with the cooling fans. "It's not just one voice, it's a chorus. I can hear the subway signals, the credit card transactions, the silent pings of the cell towers. It's all breathing." "That's the data stream," Julian said, not looking up from his console. His fingers were a blur, weaving through layers of encrypted firewalls like a pianist playing a concerto he'd known since birth. "Most people think of the internet as a cloud. It's not. It's a physical weight. It's miles of copper and fiber optic glass buried in the dirt. You're hearing the friction of information moving through matter." I sat down on a crate of old server parts, my muscles finally beginning to protest the 60-story climb. The adrenaline was receding, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. I looked at you. You were standing by the map, the great, sprawling blueprint of the city's nervous system that we had pinned to the wall. You were tracing a line with your finger, a line that started at the Blackwood Tower and snaked toward the waterfront. "The resonance didn't stop when we left," you said, your voice carrying that new, unsettling authority. "The frequency we started in the penthouse, it's traveling. It's using the city's own power grid as a conductor. Look." You pointed to a small LED on the wall map. It was flickering in a rhythmic pattern, 3 short bursts, one long. "That's the pumping station at Pier 19, Julian noted, his brow furrowing. "It's not supposed to be on the same circuit as the Blackwood Heights. The isolation transformers should have blocked the feedback." "They didn't block it because the feedback isn't electrical," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "It's structural. We didn't just vibrate the air, Julian. We vibrated the foundation. The city isn't built on rock. It's built on a grid of steel pilings that all touch the same water table. We've turned the entire bedrock into a tuning fork." Sarah turned away from the monitors, her face illuminated by a sudden flash of blue light from a nearby terminal. "The sitter. He knew this would happen, didn't he? He wasn't just hiding in that apartment. He was waiting for the right moment to strike the note." "He was the first note," you said. "We're the chord." You walked over to the ledger and opened it to a page we hadn't studied yet. It was filled with architectural drawings, but they weren't of buildings. They were diagrams of human ears, of vocal cords, and of the intricate bones of the inner ear. Next to them were sketches of the city's tunnels. The sitter had drawn a direct correlation between the anatomy of a human and the anatomy of the metropolis. "The next architect isn't a builder," you whispered, reading the cramped handwriting. "He's a conductor, Elias Thorne. He doesn't design the steel, he designs the sound. He's the one who calibrated the white noise generators in the subway stations. He's the one who decided that the city should hum at a frequency that induces low-level anxiety. It keeps people moving. It keeps them from stopping to look at the shadows." "Thorne is at the conservatory," Julian said, his voice tightening. "It's a private research facility disguised as a music school. It's built directly over the main fiber optic trunk for the entire eastern seaboard. If he's the one managing the noise, then he's the one who can hear us coming." "He already hears us," I said, standing up. My shadow stretched long and distorted across the concrete floor. "If we can feel the resonance here in the basement of a condemned substation, then Thorne is feeling it in his teeth. He knows the silence is breaking." We didn't wait for the sun to fully rise. The blue hour, that strange, liminal time between night and day, was when the city was at its most vulnerable. The ghosts were still out, and the living were still dreaming. It was the perfect time for a haunting. We moved through the maintenance tunnels, a small procession of anomalies. Sarah walked with a grace that shouldn't have been possible for someone who had spent the last 5 years sedated in a glass box. She didn't trip over the uneven tracks or flinch at the sparks from the third rail. She seemed to be navigating by a sense we didn't possess, her hand occasionally brushing the tunnel walls as if she were reading Braille. The air is changing, she murmured as we approached the foundations of the conservatory. It's getting tighter, like a string being wound too far. That's Thorne's work, Julian whispered. Active noise cancellation on a massive scale. He creates anti-sound to drown out the city's natural vibrations. It creates a vacuum, a sensory deprivation chamber the size of a city block. We emerged into the basement of the conservatory. It was a stark contrast to the utilitarian grime of the Blackwood Tower. Here, the walls were lined with acoustic foam, shaped into jagged, obsidian teeth that swallowed every sound we made. Our footsteps didn't echo, they simply vanished. It was like walking into a grave. The silence was physical. It pressed against my eardrums, a heavy, suffocating weight that made my heart hammer against my ribs. I looked at you, and for a moment I panicked. Your lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. You were a silent film, a ghost caught in a vacuum. You saw the fear in my eyes and grabbed my hand. Your skin was ice cold, but the contact was enough to ground me. You leaned in close, your lips brushing my ear, and whispered. Don't listen to the silence, you breathed. The sound was tiny, a mere spark in the void, but it felt like a shout. Listen to the blood in your veins. That's the only sound he can't cancel. We climbed the stairs to the main auditorium. The building was a labyrinth of soundproof chambers and recording studios, each one a sterile cell designed to isolate and analyze the purity of noise. We passed windows looking into rooms where machines played a single, unending note, a digital scream that was being phased out by its own reflection. At the center of the complex was the Great Hall. It wasn't a stage for musicians. It was a laboratory for a madman. Elias Thorne sat at a massive pipe organ that had been gutted and rebuilt with glass tubes and fiber optic cables. He wasn't playing music. He was playing the city. He was a small, withered man with skin like parchment and eyes that seemed to have receded into his skull. He wore heavy, industrial-grade headphones, and his fingers danced over a keyboard that glowed with a sickly violet light. As we entered, he didn't turn around. He simply adjusted a slider on his console, and the silence in the room deepened until it felt like my lungs were collapsing. The Blackwood resonance was a crude opening move, Thorne said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It came from the speakers hidden in the walls, a synthesized, disembodied tone that seemed to vibrate inside my own skull. A hammer blow to a glass house, effective but messy. It got us in the door, Elias, I said, my voice sounding thin and distant in the acoustic vacuum. Thorne turned his chair around. He looked at us with a mixture of clinical interest and profound boredom. You are the null values, the errors in the calculation. I've been watching your trajectory through the grid. You're like a virus trying to teach the host how to sing. The host already knows how to sing. You stepped forward, the ledger held tight against your chest. You're just the one holding its throat. Thorne laughed, a dry, rattling sound that the speakers turned into a rhythmic pulse. I am the one keeping the host from screaming itself to death. Do you have any idea what would happen if the people in this city actually heard the world they live in? The grinding of the tectonic plates, the roar of the sun, the static of 8 million minds dreaming at once. They would go mad in seconds. I am the mercy. I am the filter. You're the cage, Sarah said, stepping out from behind me. Thorne's eyes widened as he recognized her. Sarah, I told Marcus your ears were the problem. I told him you were hearing things that weren't meant for human consumption. I offered to tune you, but he was too squeamish for the surgery. You didn't need to tune me, Elias, Sarah said, her voice growing stronger, vibrating with the same resonance we had carried from the tower. You just needed to stop lying. The world isn't too loud. You're just too quiet. Thorne's face darkened. He turned back to his organ and slammed his hands down on the keys. A wave of sound hit us, not a note, but a wall of sheer, pressurized air. It wasn't something you heard, it was something you felt in your marrow. It was the sound of 1,000 jet engines, 1,000 thunderstorms, all compressed into a single, agonizing frequency. I fell to my knees, my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound was coming from inside me. It was vibrating my teeth, my ribs, my very DNA. I looked at Julian. He was curled in a fetal position, blood trickling from his nose. But you stayed standing. You walked toward Thorn, your steps slow and deliberate. The sound waves seemed to break around you like water around a stone. You weren't fighting the noise, you were absorbing it. Your skin began to glow with that pale, flickering light, the static of the echo manifesting as a visible aura. "You think you control the frequency, Elias,"
Where am I?
you shouted.
This darkness
And
is
this
swallowing me
time,
whole.
your voice was a
Those red
thunderclap
reflections in
that
the water,
shattered
they're
the
moving
glass
faster.
tubes of the organ.
I have to keep moving.
But you're just a
Which way?
parasite on the wire. You reached out and grabbed the fiber optic cables protruding from the console. As your fingers touched the glowing glass, the light in the room shifted from violet to a blinding, crystalline white. The sound changed. The roar of the anti-noise was suddenly drowned out by something else. It was the sound of the city, the real sound. It was beautiful. It was the rhythmic clatter of the subway, the humming of the power lines, the whispers of millions of people, the rustle of wind through the alleyways, and the deep, slow heartbeat of the earth itself. It was a symphony of chaos, a magnificent, terrifying wall of truth. Thorn screamed, tearing his headphones off, but there was nowhere to hide. The silence he had spent his life building was gone, replaced by the overwhelming reality of the world. He collapsed over his keys, his body shaking as the resonance he had tried to suppress finally claimed him. The great hall began to vibrate. The acoustic foam on the walls started to peel away, revealing the raw concrete and steel beneath. The teeth of the room were falling out. "The trunk," Julian shouted, dragging himself to his feet. "The resonance is hitting the main fiber optic line. It's going to broadcast this to every speaker in the city." "Let it," you said, your hair whipping around your face in a wind that shouldn't have existed. "Let them hear. Let them wake up." For a few seconds, the entire city of New York felt the shift. In the apartments of Brooklyn, in the penthouses of the Upper East Side, in the bodegas of the Bronx, the white noise died. The humming of the refrigerators stopped. The static on the radios cleared. And for one glorious, terrifying moment, everyone heard the truth. They heard the heartbeat. They heard the echo. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the surge peaked and snapped. The fiber optic cables in the organ melted into slag. The lights in the conservatory flickered and died, leaving us in a darkness that was no longer silent. It was a natural darkness, filled with the distant sounds of sirens and the city's restless breath. We stood in the ruins of Thorn's laboratory. The architect of silence was gone, his mind unable to process the volume of the world he had tried to mute. He sat slumped in his chair, staring at nothing, his hands still twitching in time to a rhythm only he could hear. Sarah walked to the window and pushed it open. The glass didn't shatter this time. It simply swung wide on its hinges. She leaned out, breathing in the cold, smog-filled air as if it were the purest oxygen on Earth. "It's so loud," she whispered, a tear tracing a path through the dust on her cheek. "It's so wonderfully loud." I walked over to you. You were leaning against the ruined organ, your chest heaving. The glow had faded, but your eyes were still bright with the reflection of the static. "Are you okay?" I asked, reaching out to steady you. You looked at me and I saw a flicker of something human behind the ghost. "I'm tired, Leo. The frequency. It's taking more of me every time." "We're almost there," I promised, though I didn't know if it was a lie. "2 more. We just have to find the others." "We don't have to find them," Julian said, looking at his tablet. The screen was a mess of flickering data, but a single red dot was pulsing in the center of the map. The foundation is moving. They've realized that Thorn and Blackwood weren't just isolated failures. They're converging on the source. The warehouse, I asked. No, Julian said, his voice dropping an octave. They're going to the apartment. Your apartment, Leo. They're going to the place where the sitter died. They think they can cut the signal at the root. Then we go back, you said, pushing off the organ. Your voice was steady again, the weariness tucked away behind the mission. We go back to where it started. As we left the conservatory, the city outside felt different. It wasn't just the noise, it was the people. On the sidewalks, people were standing still, looking up at the sky, or touching the walls of the buildings with a newfound curiosity. They looked like they were recovering from a long, dreamless sleep. They looked like they were waiting for someone to tell them what the sound meant. We didn't tell them. We didn't have to. The echo was already in them now. We headed back into the tunnels, back into the dark, back into the marrow of the machine. The final act was beginning, and the city was watching with bated breath. We were no longer just the noise in the system. We were the system's new master. And as we moved toward the final confrontation, I realized that the question wasn't whether we would survive the reset. The question was whether the world would ever be quiet enough for Marcus Blackwood and his kind to feel safe again. And the answer, echoing through the pipes and the wires and the hearts of 8 million people, was a resounding, beautiful asterisk, no asterisk. The transition from the conservatory back into the bowels of the city felt less like a retreat and more like a funeral procession for the world we had once known. The air in the maintenance tunnels was no longer stagnant. It vibrated with a low-frequency thrum that felt like the purr of a massive, subterranean predator. Julian kept his eyes glued to his tablet, his face pale in the reflected glow of the cascading code. He was tracking the Foundation's movements, but he was also tracking us. Or rather, he was tracking the wake we left behind. The grid is hemorrhaging, Julian whispered, his voice barely audible over the rhythmic drip of condensation from the overhead pipes. Thorn's silence wasn't just a lid, it was a structural stabilizer. By shattering it, we've introduced a harmonic imbalance that's spreading through the automated systems. Traffic lights are cycling at random. The automated pressure valves in the steam tunnels are stuttering. We didn't just wake the city up, Leo. We gave it a seizure. It's not a seizure, you said, not looking back. You were leading the way now, your movements fluid and certain, as if the darkness of the tunnels was a map you had memorized in a past life. It's a recalibration. The city is trying to find its natural pulse again. It's been forced to beat at a mechanical rhythm for so long that it's forgotten how to breathe on its own. Sarah walked beside me, her wool coat cinched tight. She looked at the grime-streaked walls with a sense of wonder that felt heartbreakingly out of place in this damn purgatory. I can feel the people above us, she said. Before, in the penthouse, they were just shadows, blurs of gray intent. Now, I can hear their hearts, not the physical muscle, but the intent behind them. They're afraid, but they're also curious. For the first time in years, they're wondering why the hum stopped. They're wondering if it's ever coming back, I said, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy iron key in my pocket, the one the sitter had left behind. And the Foundation is going to try to make sure it does. They don't want a city that breathes. They want a city that obeys.
This darkness is swallowing me whole.
We reached a junction where the tunnel split into 3 yawning maws of shadow.
I have to keep
Julian
moving,
stopped,
but which way?
his brow furrowed. The GPS is glitching. The resonance is warping the localized magnetic fields. According to the blueprints, the express line to the lower east side should be here, but the sensors are picking up a structural void that shouldn't exist. It's not a void, you said, stepping toward the middle tunnel. It's a blind spot. The sitter built it, a pocket of space that the architect's sensors can't penetrate. It's the umbilical cord back to the apartment. As we entered the middle tunnel, the temperature dropped sharply. The walls here weren't lined with cables or pipes. They were etched with symbols, the same frantic geometric carvings I had seen in the ledger. They weren't just decorations. They were acoustic baffles designed to catch and redirect the sound of the city, funneling it toward a single point. We were walking inside a giant ear. He was obsessed, I muttered, touching one of the carvings. The sitter. He didn't just live in that apartment. He was the center of the web. Everything we've done, the Blackwood Tower, the conservatory, it was all just a way to feed the signal back to the source. He knew he couldn't do it alone, you said, your voice echoing strangely in the carved space. He needed a witness. He needed someone who was null, someone who didn't fit the frequency. That's why he chose you, Leo. And that's why the echo chose me. We are the two halves of the same broken circuit. A sudden, sharp, metallic clang rang out from behind us, vibrating through the floor. Julian spun around, his tablet flashing a proximity alert. They're behind us, tactical teams. They're not using the tunnels. They're cutting through the street level, dropping in from the service manholes. They're trying to pincer us. How far to the apartment? I asked, the old adrenaline-fueled panic beginning to claw at my throat again. 3 blocks horizontally, 60 feet up, Julian said, his fingers flying across the screen. But they've locked down the building. There's a containment field around the entire block. High-frequency emitters. They're trying to create a dead zone to neutralize the resonance before we can reach the root. They're trying to drown out the truth with more noise, Sarah said, her eyes flashing with a sudden, fierce intelligence. But they're using the old math. They think the signal is coming from us. They don't realize we asterisk are the signal. We need a distraction, I said, looking at the ceiling. Something to break their perimeter. Julian, can you tap into the gas mains? Not to blow them, just to create a pressure surge. Force them to deal with a localized emergency. Julian shook his head. The Foundation has override codes for the utility grid. I can't fight them for control of the hardware, but I can fight them for the software. He looked at me, a desperate glint in his eyes. The Smart City Initiative. Every street lamp, every trash can, every digital billboard is connected to a central hub. If I can upload the raw audio from Thorne's organ, the recording of the real city into the advertising network, I can turn the entire block into a sensory overload. They won't be able to hear their own comms, let alone coordinate a breach. Do it, you said. Sarah, go with him. You can feel the nodes, can't you? You can tell him where the signal is strongest. Sarah nodded, her face set in a mask of grim determination. I can hear the relays. They're screaming to be used. What about us? I asked, looking at you. We go to the apartment, you said. The sitter's chair is still there. The ledger is still there. The final note hasn't been played yet, Leo. The city is awake, but it hasn't spoken. We have to give it a tongue. Julian and Sarah peeled off into a side duct, their footsteps fading into the distance. I was left alone with you in the carved silence of the ear tunnel. You looked at me, and for the first time since this nightmare began, you looked tired. Not just physically exhausted, but worn down at the edges of your soul. The light behind your skin was dimming, replaced by a gray, static-filled haze. You're fading, I whispered, reaching out to touch your shoulder. The echo is a heavy thing to carry, you said, your voice a soft rasp. It's like trying to hold a lightning bolt in a glass jar. Eventually, the glass cracks. I just need to hold on long enough to finish the song. We'll finish it together, I said, though I felt the weight of my own mortality pressing down on me. I was just a man who had woken up in a world that had outgrown him. We climbed the service ladder that led to the basement of my apartment building. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt plastic. The Foundation's emitters were working. The silence here wasn't natural. It was a jagged, artificial void that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. We emerged into the lobby. It was a war zone. The mahogany panels were shattered. the marble floor stained with the soot of flashbangs. Men in matte black tactical gear moved with surgical precision, their faces hidden behind high-tech respirators. They weren't looking for us with their eyes. They were using thermal scanners and acoustic trackers. "Stay low," I hissed, pulling you behind the remains of the concierge desk. Above us, the building groaned. The resonance was still there, trapped beneath the surface of the foundation's dead zone, building up pressure like a boiler about to burst. Suddenly, the world outside exploded in a riot of color and sound. Through the shattered lobby windows, I saw the digital billboards across the street flare to life. They weren't showing advertisements for watches or perfumes. They were displaying raw data, the jagged, pulsing waveforms of the city's heartbeat. And the sound, Julian had done it. The speakers in the street were broadcasting the roar of the earth, the scream of the sun, the beautiful, terrifying chaos of reality. The tactical teams outside staggered, their hands flying to their headsets. The high-frequency emitters they were using were being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the broadcast. The dead zone was collapsing. "Now," I shouted. We ran for the stairs. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burning with every breath, but the sound from outside was feeding us. It was a literal wind at our backs, pushing us upward, floor by floor, toward the place where it had all begun. The higher we went, the louder the building became. The walls were vibrating so violently that the plaster was shaking loose, falling like snow in the dim emergency lighting. The pipes were singing. The wires were humming. The very atoms of the structure were beginning to align with the frequency we had brought back from the depths. We reached the top floor. The door to my apartment was hanging off its hinges, the wood splintered by a battering ram. Inside, the air was shimmering with a thick, golden haze, the physical manifestation of the resonance. The sitter's chair was empty, but it felt occupied. The ledger lay on the floor, its pages fluttering in a wind that came from nowhere. "He's here," you whispered, your eyes wide. The sitter, he never left. He just moved into the walls. I walked to the center of the room, to the spot where I had first seen him. I felt the key in my pocket grow hot, vibrating against my thigh. I pulled it out, and it wasn't just metal anymore. It was glowing with the same crystalline light that lived inside you. "What do I do?" I asked the empty air. "The lock isn't in a door, Leo," you said, walking toward me. You took my hand, your fingers intertwining with mine around the glowing key. "The lock is in the silence. You have to turn the key in the heart of the noise." Outside, the Foundation's helicopters were circling, their searchlights cutting through the golden haze of the room. I could hear the heavy thud of boots on the roof, the sound of glass shattering as they prepared to breach from above. They were coming to kill the signal. They were coming to kill us. "They're too late," I said, and I felt a strange, cold calm wash over me. I looked at you, and for a second the static cleared. I saw you, the person you had been before the echo, the person you might have been if the world hadn't been so quiet. You smiled, a small, sad movement of your lips, and then you leaned in and kissed me. The world vanished. The kiss wasn't a physical act, it was a bridge. In that moment, the null and the echo finally touched. The two halves of the circuit closed, and the power that had been building since the Blackwood Tower, since the conservatory, since the beginning of time, found its conductor. I felt the key turn. Not in my hand, but in my soul. I felt the tumblers of the city click into place. I felt the bedrock shift, the steel pilings groan, the fiber optic cables flare with a light that blinded the satellites in orbit. The sound that came next wasn't a roar, it wasn't a scream. It was a word. A single, whispered word that vibrated through every brick, every bone, every dream in the city of New York. It was the name of the world. It was the secret that the architects had spent centuries trying to bury. And as the word echoed out into the night, the Foundation's helicopters fell from the sky like dead birds. The tactical teams collapsed, their weapons slipping from their hands. The dead zone didn't just break, it inverted, turning into a fountain of pure, unadulterated sound that shot up into the stratosphere, tearing a hole in the clouds. I opened my eyes. The apartment was gone. The building was gone. We were standing on a pillar of light, suspended in the center of a city that was no longer a machine. It was a garden of vibrating energy, a forest of shimmering frequencies. I could see the thoughts of the people below us, rising like colorful smoke. I could see the memories of the stones, the dreams of the water. You were still there, but you were no longer a ghost. You were a silhouette of pure radiance, a star caught in a human shape. "Is it over?" I asked, my voice sounding like a choir. "No," you said, and your voice was the wind, the rain, and the heartbeat of the earth. "It's just beginning. The architects are gone. The silence is broken. And us." You reached out and touched my face. Your hand was no longer cold. It was the warmth of a summer sun. "We are the new architects, Leo, but we won't build walls. We will build songs." Below us, the city began to change. The gray concrete was being overwritten by something else, something older and more vibrant. The streets were turning into rivers of light, the skyscrapers into spires of crystalline sound. The people were waking up, stepping out into the new world, their faces illuminated by the truth. I looked down at my hand. The key was gone. In its place was a pulse, a steady, rhythmic throb that matched the heartbeat of the city. I looked at you, and I knew that the man who had woken up in that apartment was dead. The man who had feared the shadows was gone. I was part of the echo now, and the echo was everything. We stood there at the center of the symphony as the sun began to rise. But it wasn't the sun I remembered. It was a sphere of pure musical fire, singing a song of welcome to a world that had finally, mercifully, stopped being quiet. The blue hour was over. The day had finally come. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't alone. I was the world, and the world was me. The silence was dead. Long live the noise. The light did not fade. It thickened, turning the air into a pressurized amber that tasted of ozone and ancient dust. I expected the world to shatter, for the physical reality of the apartment to give way under the sheer tectonic force of the frequency we had unleashed. But the building held. It didn't just hold, it seemed to sigh, the steel girders relaxing as if a century-long tension had finally been cut. Outside the shattered window, the city was no longer a grid of cold electricity. The smart city Julian had subverted was melting. The digital billboards didn't just show waveforms, they began to bleed liquid color, the LEDs firing in patterns that mimicked the neural pathways of a human brain. The helicopters that had been descending like predatory insects were hovering now, dead in the air, held aloft by a localized gravity that defied every law Marcus Blackwood had ever written into his blueprints. I looked at my hands. They were translucent, the veins glowing with a soft, rhythmic violet. I wasn't disappearing, I was being translated. "Leo," you said. Your voice didn't come from your throat. It vibrated directly against my sternum, a physical touch of sound. "Don't fight the drift, the Foundation. They're trying to reboot the local node. They're trying to pulse a kill signal from the main hub at the battery." I turned toward the door. The tactical team that had been breaching the hallway was frozen. I could see them through the splintered wood, 6 men in high-end kinetic armor, suspended in mid-motion like statues in a museum of failed wars. The air around them was rippling, a heat haze of redirected kinetic energy. They weren't dead, but they were no longer part of the timeline we were inhabiting. "Julian and Sarah," I rasped, my own voice sounding like grinding tectonic plates. "Are they safe?" "They are the anchors," you replied, stepping toward the center of the room where the sitter's ledger still hovered. its pages turning so fast they blurred into a white cylinder of light. Julian is holding the digital gates open. Sarah is directing the flow, but the architect, he's not at the battery, he's not at the tower. I felt a cold spike of the old reality pierce through the euphoria of the resonance. Then, where is he? You pointed downward, not to the floor, but through it. Through the layers of Manhattan schist, past the subway tunnels, past the secret aquifers and the forgotten bunkers of the Cold War. He's in the marrow, you said, the original resonant chamber, the place where the first stone of this city was laid. He's trying to trigger the collapse. If he can't have a silent city, he'll have a dead one. The floor beneath us began to liquefy, not into water, but into pure vibration. I felt myself falling, but there was no wind, no terror. It was like diving into a pool of warm ink. The apartment, the furniture, the ghost of the sitter, it all stretched upward into long, thin needles of light as we descended. We passed through the strata of the city's history. I saw the rusted skeletons of 19th century pneumatic tubes. I saw the burial grounds of people whose names had been erased by the progress of concrete. I saw the vast, pulsing roots of the world tree, the massive fiber optic bundles that fed the Foundation's hunger for data. And then we hit the bottom. It was a cathedral of raw stone, a natural cavern 300 feet below the street level of Lower Manhattan. The air here was heavy, smelling of wet earth and something metallic, the scent of blood and copper. In the center of the cavern sat a machine that looked like a blasphemy against physics. It was a ring of black glass, 40 feet across, suspended by chains made of a material that absorbed all light. Inside the ring stood Marcus Blackwood. He didn't look like the titan of industry I'd seen on the news. He looked small. His expensive suit was wrinkled, his silver hair disheveled. He was hunched over a console of brass and bone, his fingers dancing across a keyboard that didn't use letters, but symbols of weight and silence. As we solidified on the cavern floor, he didn't look up. He didn't have to. The machine began to hum, a sound so low it made my teeth feel like they were about to shatter in my gums. It was the counter-echo, the null frequency. "You think you've won because you woke them up," Blackwood said, his voice amplified by the black glass ring. It was a dry, hollow sound. "You've merely given the cattle a reason to stampede. Do you have any idea what happens to a civilization when the noise becomes unbearable? When every person hears the thoughts of their neighbor? When the static of the universe is no longer filtered out by the grace of my silence?" "It's not your silence to give, Marcus," I said, stepping forward. Each step felt like wading through deep mud. The machine was pushing against me, trying to re-establish the void. "You didn't protect them. You lobotomized them." Blackwood finally looked up. His eyes weren't human. They were flat, matte black orbs reflecting nothing. "I am the architect. I built the walls that keep the madness out. You are a glitch, a stray vibration that should have been dampened years ago." He slammed his hand down on a final lever. The black glass ring began to spin. The sound shifted from a hum to a shriek, a vacuum of sound that began to suck the golden light out of the air. I felt the warmth of the echo being stripped from my skin. Beside me, you flickered, your silhouette blurring as the counter-echo tore at your frequency. "Leo," you cried out, and for the first time your voice sounded small, human, afraid. I reached for you, but the space between us was expanding. Blackwood was creating a localized singularity of silence, a hole in reality where the echo couldn't reach. He was going to erase us, and then he was going to broadcast this void across the entire planet, resetting the world into a permanent, frozen hush. I looked at the machine, then at the key-shaped burn on my palm. The sitter hadn't given me a weapon. He hadn't given me a map. He had given me a choice. "The silence isn't a wall, Marcus," I shouted over the screaming vacuum. "It's a grave." I didn't run at him. I didn't try to break the machine. Instead, I did the one thing the Foundation's math couldn't account for. I stopped resisting. I let the void pull at me. I opened my mind, not to the beautiful music of the echo, but to the terrifying, crushing weight of Blackwood's silence. I became a vacuum myself. I invited the nothingness in. If I was null, if I was the one person who could exist in the gaps between the notes, then I was the only thing that could survive the center of his machine. I felt my heart stop. I felt my thoughts turn to ash. I was a ghost in the machine, a shadow in the dark. And because I was nothing, the machine couldn't find me. The black glass ring stuttered. The counter-echo began to feedback, the vacuum trying to swallow itself because it had run out of noise to consume. "What are you doing?" Blackwood screamed, his face contorting in terror. "You're breaking the seal. You'll let it all in." "That's the point," I whispered. I reached the console. I didn't touch the keys. I touched Blackwood. The moment our skin met, the circuit was complete. The echo that was stored in my marrow, the music I had carried from the apartment, flowed through me and into him. It wasn't a gift, it was a deluge. The silence he had cultivated for 70 years was shattered in a millisecond. 8 million voices, the roar of the subways, the song of the stars, the frantic, beautiful heartbeat of humanity. It all poured into Marcus Blackwood's mind at once. He didn't scream, he couldn't, he simply dissolved. His body didn't fall. It vibrated into a fine mist of gray light, drawn into the black glass ring which was now glowing with an impossible, blinding white. The machine groaned, the chains snapping like thread, and then with a sound like a single, perfect bell being struck, it imploded. The shockwave didn't destroy the cavern, it purified it. The black glass turned to sand, the brass and bone turned to flowers of static, and the silence, the heavy, oppressive weight of the Foundation, was gone. I fell to my knees, gasping for air that finally felt real. The golden light returned, softer now, filling the cavern like a sunset. You were standing over me. You looked solid. You looked whole. You reached down and took my hand, pulling me up. "It's done," you said. We stood in the ruin of the marrow, but above us I could hear the city. It wasn't the chaotic roar Blackwood had feared. It was a harmony, a billion individual notes clashing and blending, rising and falling. It was messy. It was loud. It was terrifying. It was life. We began to walk back toward the surface, not through the liquefying floors, but up the old, stone stairs the original builders had used. We emerged into the sunlight of a New York morning that felt like the first morning of the world. The streets were full. People were out of their cars, standing in the middle of Broadway. They weren't fighting. They weren't screaming. They were just listening. Some were crying, others were laughing, but everyone was looking at each other. The masks were gone. The dreamless sleep had ended. Julian and Sarah were waiting for us at the edge of the Battery, leaning against a railing, watching the harbor. The water was a deep, resonant blue, the waves humming a low, steady bass note. "The grid is down," Julian said, not looking back. He held up his tablet. The screen was dark. Not just the power, the control. The Foundation's servers just evaporated. There's no more smart city, just a city. "Can you hear it?" Sarah asked, her eyes bright with tears. She wasn't looking at us, she was looking at the crowd. "They're starting to sing, they don't even know they're doing it." I looked at you. You were watching the sun rise over the Brooklyn Bridge. The light was catching the edges of your hair, making you look like a figure from a stained glass window. "What happens now?" I asked. You turned to me, and for the first time I saw no static in your eyes, just the reflection of the world. "Now," you said, "we learn how to live with the noise." I looked out over the harbor. The city was loud. It was vibrant. It was overflowing with a million different truths, all competing to be heard. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I reached into my pocket. The key was gone, but I didn't need it anymore. I took a deep breath, feeling the vibration of 8 million lives humming in my chest. I had woken up. I wasn't alone. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the sound. I closed my eyes and joined the song. The transition from the subterranean silence of the Merrill to the surface of Manhattan was like being born into a furnace of pure sensation. My skin felt too thin, my nerves too raw, as if the very air was a textured fabric rubbing against my soul. The city wasn't just loud, it was chromatic. Every car horn carried a trailing ribbon of amber light. Every shout from a distant window was a jagged spike of violet. I stumbled as we reached the street level of Battery Park, my knees buckling under the sheer weight of the collective consciousness that was now spilling out into the open air like an unleashed river. You caught me. Your hands were solid now, the ethereal translucence replaced by the firm, warm reality of flesh and bone. There was no more static flickering at the corners of your vision. You looked at me with eyes that had finally stopped searching for a frequency and had finally found a home.
Where am I?
Steady,
This
Leo,
darkness is swallowing
you
me
whispered,
whole.
and even your whisper had the resonance of a cello string. The first hour is the hardest. Your mind is trying to map a territory that has no borders. I leaned against a rusted iron fence, gasping. Around us, the world was in a state of beautiful, terrifying flux. A businessman in a tailored suit had collapsed to his knees, his forehead pressed against the sun-warmed pavement, weeping not out of sorrow, but because he could finally hear the rhythmic thrum of the Earth's rotation. A group of tourists stood frozen, their cameras forgotten, staring at each other with an intensity that suggested they were seeing the lineages of their ancestors projected in the air between them. The Foundation's influence hadn't just been a jammer, it had been a sensory cataract. Removing it was like giving sight to a world that had only ever known shadows. It's too much, I managed to say, clutching my head. Julian, Sarah, how are they standing it? I looked toward them. Julian was sitting on a stone bench, his eyes closed, his fingers moving rhythmically as if he were coding in the air. He wasn't overwhelmed, he was organizing. He was taking the raw data of the new world and weaving it into a mental architecture he could understand. Sarah stood at the water's edge, her arms spread wide, her face turned toward the Statue of Liberty. She looked like she was drinking the horizon. They were ready for it, you said, stepping closer so that our shoulders touched. The contact acted like a grounding wire. The chaotic roar of the city's thoughts dimmed slightly, filtered through the proximity of your own steady vibration. They've been living in the margins for years, but you, Leo, you were the null. You were the absolute zero, to go from nothing to everything in a single heartbeat. It's a miracle your heart didn't simply stop. Maybe it did, I said, looking at the pulse point in my wrist. The skin there was glowing with a faint, rhythmic gold. I don't feel like the man who lived in 4B anymore. I don't think that man exists. He doesn't, you agreed. He was a ghost. This is the haunting. A low, thrumming vibration began to shake the ground. Not the mechanical grind of a subway, but something deeper, more geological. I looked toward the financial district. The skyscrapers, those monuments to the Foundation's cold geometry, were reacting to the resonance. The glass panes were vibrating in sympathy with the new frequency, creating a sound like 1,000 glass harps. But then I saw the shadows. Even in this new world of light and sound, there were pockets of resistance. At the end of the block, 3 black SUVs, the last remnants of the Foundation's tactical units, screeched to a halt. The men who stepped out were the frozen statues I'd seen in the hallway. These were the dampeners, specialists wearing heavy, lead-lined helmets and suits designed to create a localized void. They moved with a mechanical, joyless precision, their weapons raised. They were the janitors of the old world, sent to sweep up the mess of the revolution. They can't stop this, I said, feeling a surge of protective anger. The machine is broken. Blackwood is gone. They don't need the machine to kill the singers, you warned. The lead dampener raised a long, tubular device. It wasn't a firearm. It was a sonic cannon, a portable version of the silence we had just destroyed. He aimed it at a group of civilians who were huddled together, humming a shared melody. Before I could move, Julian stood up. He didn't reach for a weapon. He simply pointed at the SUV. "The resonance isn't just a song, Leo," Julian called out, his voice carrying a strange digital echo. "It's physics, and physics is programmable." As the dampener pulled the trigger, the air in front of the cannon didn't collapse into silence. Instead, it shattered. Julian had intercepted the signal, twisting the void into a harmonic feedback loop. The cannon exploded in the man's hands, not with fire, but with a burst of pure white noise that sent the tactical team flying backward. The lead-lined helmets cracked, and for a moment, I saw the men's faces. They looked terrified, their eyes wide as they were suddenly flooded with the very sound they had spent their lives suppressing. They collapsed, clutching their ears, as the silence they served betrayed them. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, walking back toward us. Her voice was urgent. "The Foundation is a multi-headed hydra. Blackwood was the brain in New York, but the nervous system is global. London, Tokyo, Berlin. They'll be sending reinforcements the moment they realize the New York node has gone rogue. They'll try to cauterize the city." "Let them try," I said, and I was surprised by the steel in my own tone. I felt the key-shaped scar on my palm throb. The city isn't a victim anymore. It's an instrument. You took my hand, your fingers interlocking with mine. The marrow was just the beginning, Leo. To protect the echo, we have to broadcast it. We have to turn the entire East Coast into a dead zone for their technology. We need to reach the Empire State Building. "The needle," Julian muttered, a grin spreading across his face. "The ultimate antenna. If we can hook the echo into the building's broadcast array, we won't just wake up the city, we'll wake up the world." We began to move north, weaving through a city that was rediscovering itself. It was a journey through a living gallery of miracles and tragedies. We saw a woman who had been mute for 20 years suddenly reciting poetry to a lamppost. We saw two rival gang members standing over a fallen comrade. Their hands joined as they shared the weight of a grief that was no longer private. But we also saw the fear, the people who couldn't handle the noise, who were clawing at their own faces, trying to find the quiet again. "Not everyone wants to be awake," I noted, watching a man hurl his smartphone into the Hudson River as if it were a poisonous snake. "Freedom is a shock to the system," you replied. "The silence was a drug, it was easy, it was safe. This is responsibility. To hear the world is to have to care about it." As we approached Midtown, the sky began to change. The golden haze was thickening into a luminous fog, and the clouds were forming geometric patterns, concentric circles that pulsed with the heartbeat of the island. The Empire State Building loomed ahead, its spire glowing like a tuning fork. But the Foundation was waiting. They had barricaded 34th Street with heavy armor. A phalanx of dampeners stood in a semicircle around the entrance to the lobby. Above them, two gunships hovered, their rotors creating a dissonant thrum that tried to tear apart the harmony of the streets. "They've set up a null field," Julian said, checking a small handheld device he'd scavenged. "If we walk into that, our frequencies will be canceled out. We'll be human again, just meat and bone against high-caliber rounds." "Then we don't walk," Sarah said. She looked at me. "Leo, you're the conductor. You're the one who touched the marrow and survived. You don't need to be near the antenna to use it. You just need to feel it." I looked at the spire, nearly a quarter mile above us. I could feel it, a massive, dormant spike of steel and limestone waiting for a spark. It wasn't just a building, it was a lightning rod for human intention. "What do I do?" I asked. "You kiss me again," you whispered. I looked at you startled, here, in the middle of a war zone. The kiss isn't an affection, Leo, it's the bridge. I am the echo and you are the null. Together we are the signal. I provide the power, you provide the direction. Close the circuit. I didn't hesitate, I pulled you to me. Behind us, I heard the shout of a Foundation commander, the metallic clatter of weapons being ready, the roar of the gunships as they began their descent. I heard Julian and Sarah shouting, preparing to defend us with whatever fragments of the resonance they could command. But as my lips met yours, the world fell away for the second time. This time there was no darkness. There was only a blinding, kaleidoscopic rush of data. I wasn't just Leo, I was the grid. I felt the copper wiring of the city beneath my feet. I felt the steel skeletons of the skyscrapers. I felt the breath of 8 million people. I reached out with my mind, searching for the spire. I found it, a cold, silent needle piercing the sky. I grabbed hold of it, and through our connection, I poured everything we had into the stone. I poured the memory of the sitter's ledger. I poured Julian's rebellion and Sarah's grief. I poured the sound of the Blackwood Tower collapsing and the feeling of the golden key turning in my soul. I poured the love I felt for the ghost who had become a woman in my arms. The Empire State Building didn't just glow, it ignited. A beam of pure, coherent sound light erupted from the spire, shooting straight up into the ionosphere. It wasn't a weapon, it was a clarion call. The beam hit the clouds and shattered, spreading out in a massive, shimmering dome that rushed over the city like a tidal wave. Where the wave touched the Foundation's gunships, their engines simply ceased to function, the metal vibrating at a frequency that turned their fuel into inert water. The gunships drifted down, settling gently onto the pavement like falling leaves. The dampeners fell to their knees as their lead-lined suits resonated with a pitch so high it shattered the glass in their visors. The null field didn't just break, it was converted. The silence was eaten by the song. I pulled away from the kiss, gasping, my vision swimming with afterimages of 1,000 different lives. You were leaning against me, your face flushed, your breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Did it work? I asked, looking up. The sky was no longer blue or gray. It was a shifting tapestry of Aurora Borealis, a living map of the world's waking mind. The beam from the spire was still holding, a pillar of fire that seemed to be supporting the heavens. Look, Julian whispered. He was pointing south. From the top of the Chrysler Building, a second beam of light shot upward, then another from the Freedom Tower, then another from a nameless residential high-rise in Brooklyn. The city was answering. The people weren't just listening anymore. They were broadcasting. The resonance had become a chain reaction, a global awakening that was leaping from city to city, continent to continent, following the lines of the old fiber optic cables, the satellite beams, and the very air itself. The Foundation is blind, Sarah said, her voice trembling with awe. They can't see us anymore, we're too bright. We stood in the center of 34th Street, 4 survivors of a world that had ended an hour ago. The tactical teams were gone, retreated into the shadows or joined in the collective trance. The tanks were silent. The only sound was the wind, and the wind was singing. I looked at my hand. The glow was fading, sinking deep into my bones, becoming a permanent part of my biology. I wasn't a conduit anymore. I was a part of the new atmosphere. Is it over now? I asked. You looked at the horizon, where the light was beginning to spread toward the rest of the world. The war for the silence is over, Leo, but the world is very loud now, and there are still those who will try to build new walls. The architects aren't all dead, they're just hiding. You turned to me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of the old sadness in your eyes, the sadness of someone who knows that every beginning is also a burden. We have to be the guardians of the noise, you said. We have to make sure the world never goes quiet again. I looked around at the ruined street, at the glowing sky, at my friends who had risked everything for a frequency. I thought about the man who had woken up in that quiet apartment, terrified of the static on his TV. I realized that the static hadn't been the enemy. The static was the sound of everything trying to happen at once. It was the sound of possibility. "I'm ready," I said. I took your hand, and together we walked into the light of the new day. The blue hour was gone. The silence was a memory. And as we moved through the singing city, I realized that I would never be alone again. Because the world was finally, beautifully talking back. The air around the base of the Empire State Building was no longer air. It was a pressurized medium of pure information. Every footstep I took felt like it was landing on a piano key, sending a ripple of minor chords through the pavement. The dampeners who had been guarding the lobby were slumped against the Art Deco gold leaf of the interior, their high-tech helmets humming with a feedback loop that sounded like a million trapped bees. They weren't dead. The echo didn't kill, but they were catatonic, their consciousnesses being forcibly expanded to accommodate the sheer volume of the city's reclaimed soul. "They're not used to the resolution," Julian said, stepping over a discarded sonic rifle. He looked at the fallen soldiers with a mix of pity and clinical detachment. "Their brains are trying to process the color 4K when they've spent their whole lives in monochrome. It'll take them days to wake up. Some of them never will." "We can't worry about them," Sarah urged, her hand gripping the strap of a satchel she pulled from one of the Foundation's abandoned vehicles. "The satellite uplink is on the 102nd floor. If we don't hardwire the echo into the global relay, the Foundation's orbital platforms will just blanket the atmosphere with a whiteout signal. They'll bleach the sky back to silence." We moved toward the elevators, but the power was erratic, surging in sync with the emotional spikes of the crowd outside. I looked at the brass doors and felt the electricity behind them. It felt like a jagged, golden thread. I reached out, not touching the call button, but simply sensing the flow. The doors groaned and slid open, the interior light flickering with a violet hue. "You're getting better at that," you said, stepping into the car beside me. "You look tired, the luminous glow beneath your skin beginning to settle into a steady, muted thrum. But don't let it hollow you out, Leo. You're still a man, not just a conductor." "I don't know if I can tell the difference anymore," I admitted as the elevator began its ascent. The sensation of rising was nauseating. As we passed each floor, I could feel the lives within the building. The janitors hiding in closets, the terrified office workers huddled under desks, their heartbeats sounding like a frantic percussion section in my ears. By the time we reached the observation deck, the world below had transformed. From this height, Manhattan looked like a circuit board that had caught fire with neon. The grid lines of the streets were pulsing with a rhythmic, bioluminescent amber. Every bridge was a vein of silver light pumping traffic, human thoughts into the neighboring boroughs. There, Julian pointed to a reinforced steel housing near the primary antenna array. That's the Foundation's localized override. They use it to scrub the noise from the air before it hits the public broadcasts. If we bypass the filters, we don't just talk to New York. We talk to the satellites. We talk to the moon. Sarah was already at the panel, her fingers flying over a holographic interface that bled through the physical hardware. They've locked the encryption behind a biosignature. It needs a director's override. Blackwood's dead, so the system is in a fail-safe loop. "It doesn't need a signature," I said, walking toward the array. The wind up here was ferocious, screaming with the voices of 1,000 different radio stations, police bands, and private prayers. "It needs a frequency." I placed my hands on the cold steel of the transmitter. For a second, the metal resisted, a bitter chill of artificial silence pushing back against my palms. It was the Foundation's last ghost, a programmed void designed to swallow sound. felt my knees weaken. The void began to pull at the light in my chest, trying to drag me back into the gray apartment, back into the life where I was a null, a nothing, a man who didn't exist. "Leo, no," Julian shouted, reaching for me, but the static discharge threw him back. I felt myself slipping. The blue hour was trying to reclaim me. I saw the face of the sitter in my mind, his eyes like empty television screens, telling me that the silence was peace, that the noise was just suffering. I felt the weight of 8 million lives, and for a heartbeat, it was too heavy. I wanted to let go. I wanted to be alone again. Then I felt your hand on the small of my back. It wasn't a surge of power this time. It was just a touch, a reminder of the heat of a single person. "Don't listen to the collective, Leo," you whispered into the wind, though I heard it as clearly as if you were inside my skull. "Listen to me, just one voice. Find the one and the many will follow." I focused on the sound of your breath. It was a simple, rhythmic loop. In, out, in, out. I synchronized my heartbeat to yours. I ignored the screaming city and the dying foundation and the digital ghosts. I found the silence at the center of the storm, not the silence of the void, but the silence of a held breath before a song begins. I pushed. The steel housing didn't just break, it liquefied. A pillar of white-hot resonance shot out of my chest, through the transmitter and up the spire. The sky above New York didn't just glow, it tore open. A ripple of translucent energy expanded outward, a halo of pure consciousness that raced toward the horizon at the speed of thought. I saw it happen in my mind's eye. The signal hit the Foundation satellites, and instead of being absorbed, it shattered their shielding. The whiteout arrays turned into mirrors, reflecting the echo back down to the earth. In London, the fog turned into a shimmering veil of emerald light. In Tokyo, the neon signs began to sing in harmony with the pedestrians. In the deepest reaches of the Amazon, the trees began to hum a low-frequency vibration that matched the heartbeat of the planet. The Foundation's world, the world of borders, of secrets, of managed silence, was being overwritten by a global symphony. I collapsed onto the cold concrete of the observation deck, my lungs burning. The light in my palms had faded to a faint, silver scar. The wind had died down, replaced by a strange, expectant stillness. It wasn't the dead silence of the marrow. It was the quiet of a theater after a standing ovation. Julian was staring at his tablet, his face illuminated by a cascade of green data. "It's gone," he whispered. "The control grid, it's not just down, it's been reconfigured. The internet, the power lines, the cellular bands. They're all running on the echo now. It's a decentralized nervous system. They can't turn it off. They'd have to kill every living thing on Earth to stop the signal." Sarah sat down on the floor, her back against the railing, and started to laugh. It was a tired, hysterical sound that quickly turned into soft sobs of relief. "We did it. We actually woke them up." I looked at you. You were standing at the edge of the deck, looking out over the Atlantic. The sun was fully up now, but it wasn't the sun I remembered. The light was textured, layered with the shimmering ghosts of the echo. You looked solid, real, and heartbreakingly beautiful. "What happens to you now?" I asked, my voice cracking. "The echo is everywhere. Do you still need to be here?" You turned to me, and for the first time, I saw a tear track through the faint dust on your cheek. "The echo is the world's song, Leo, but I am just a fragment of it that fell in love with a man in apartment 4B. You walked over and sat beside me, leaning your head on my shoulder. "I don't have to be the echo anymore. I can just be. We all can." We stayed there for a long time, watching the world change. We watched as the first helicopters approached, not Foundation gunships, but news crews and private pilots, their rotors sounding like rhythmic applause. We heard the city below begin to move again, but the sound was different. The honking was less aggressive. The shouting was filled with inquiry rather than anger. People were talking to each other, really talking. The noise is going to be a lot to handle, Julian said, standing up and dusting off his knees. There's going to be chaos. People are going to remember things they weren't supposed to. They're going to feel the grief of the last 20 years all at once. But they'll feel it together, Sarah said, standing up to join him. No more masks, no more dreamless sleep. Julian looked at us, a small, knowing smile on his face. We're going down to the street. There's a lot of work to do. We need to start organizing the listeners. Someone has to help the people who are overwhelmed. Go, I said. We'll be down in a minute. They disappeared into the elevator, leaving us alone on top of the world. The city hummed beneath us, a vast, breathing organism that was finally, painfully, awake. I looked at my hands. They were just hands again. No keys, no gold, no static. I looked at you, and I didn't see a ghost or a frequency. I saw a woman with messy hair and tired eyes who had saved my life by refusing to let me sleep. I still don't know your name, I said. You smiled, and it was the most human thing I had ever seen. I never had one. The Foundation just called me Subject Zero. The Marrow called me the Echo. That's not a name, I said. I looked out at the vibrant, shouting, beautiful chaos of New York City. I thought about the first light of the morning, the way it broke through the gray. How about Clara? Clara, you tasted the word, nodding slowly. Clear, I like that. I stood up, offering you my hand. You took it, and the contact was simple and perfect. There were no sparks, no cosmic revelations, just the warmth of another person. So, I said, leading you toward the elevator. What do we do now? We've saved the world. We've ended the silence. We've got 8 billion people singing in our heads. You squeezed my hand as the elevator doors opened, welcoming us back down into the vibrant, messy, loud reality of the life we had fought for. Now, you said, we go home, and then Leo. We figure out what to have for breakfast. I laughed, and the sound joined the millions of others rising from the streets below. I wasn't afraid of the noise anymore. I wasn't afraid of the truth. I had woken up, and for the first time in my life, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. We stepped into the elevator, and as the doors closed, the song of the world followed us all the way down.
This darkness is swallowing me whole. Those red reflections in the water, they're moving on. I have to keep moving, but which way? I? This darkness is swallowing me whole. Those red reflections in the water, they're moving on their own. I have to keep moving, but which way? Darkness is swallowing me whole. Those red reflections in the water, they're moving on their own. I have to keep moving, but which way?